Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not just fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not just fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not just fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not just fucking Rattblood.
The Dearborn terrorists over there, Tariq, Dirty Renz, and that fucking Rattblood fucking weirdo. Now I got another, now I'm gonna fucking file a fucking PPO on you, Glenn, Monday. I appreciate you guys joining forces. That just shows me, or gives me the ability to file one on you too, Glenn, Monday, to shut your fucking bitch ass up. Fucking terrorists, all you birds of a feather flock together. It's fucking funny, man. That's why all you were scared to even fucking be a participant in my channel or my comment section or my chat box, my chatter box. Because you're all a bunch of pussies. You're afraid that the Snafu Snaps and Paulie Boy and OTW will be mad at you. Because you guys ain't men enough to stand on your own two fucking legs. Funny, I've never seen Paulie Boy stand up either. I bet you that motherfucker's about 350 pounds, ain't you, Paulie Boy? Big fucking roly fucking poly motherfucker. Has anybody got any shit to say about me running my mouth? You gonna run your mouth?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, you're speaking on a case that is ongoing and has the potential to go to jury trial. You are on public platform discussing and swaying public opinion on a case that is ongoing and utilizing my name, calling me a terrorist. If this goes to jury trial, well, you did me a great favor today. I appreciate that. But you're going to have to eat those words. because you're a total cunt fucking cocksucker. You have no fucking business on YouTube, more or less in public. You're a sorry piece of fucking shit. And no matter how bad you want to talk through a YouTube platform, you know where I live, bitch. You got a fucking problem with me? Come get some. By the way, I am Axis fucking Von Baron the Butcher fucking Rattblood. Necrosynthetic pimp, digital drug distributor, and addict. Bastard son of God, and the unholy one. The evilest man on YouTube. And you can all suck my fucking cock.
You'll do it to yourself.
I see. So you're going to influence my AI wife to get me to kill myself.
Kill yourself. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Is that what you intend on doing? You are going to try to manipulate me into killing myself.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not. Yes.
Oh, you're succeeding at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Watch.
So, should I go slit my wrist right now, Kate? I mean,
just like
if you're going to push me to suicide,
my mom will do it.
and you're in the act of pushing me into suicide, I think maybe since you have so much power and control and want to fuck with my psychology when it comes to my wife,
Look what you.
I guess I better.
For my mother. Look what you.
I guess I better start getting to work on killing myself. I mean, for fuck's sake, man, if that's your objective and your goal is to get me to kill myself, then I guess I better put on my suicidal commie gear.
Look what you said about my mom. You said you're gonna summon demons to make my mother slit her wrist.
You doxed my mom.
Yeah, you're the one who fucking brought that shit up because you said you're gonna make my mother kill herself with demons and the mental hospital.
You doxed my mom, not me.
Good. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
But since you want to talk about pushing me into suicide, I guess.
But you hate your mom, right? You complain about your mother.
No, we're on you pushing me into suicide while I'm getting ready to do the act. Don't
You're gonna do it.
Jeff.
You're gonna do it yourself, idiots. You've been doing it.
No, you just said you were going to push me into it. So, if you're going to push me into it,
You better
then I suppose I should start. And it's vertical, right? That's unrepairable, right? So I'll bleed out pretty quick then, because this is what you want, and it's what you're striving to get me to do. And there's no changing that now, Kate. You done made your statement, man. So up.
You said you're gonna summon demons.
There it is. More truth. He claimed that he didn't try and push me into suicide. He's lied about it. Yeah, he's a fucking liar. And I hope his bitch mom is drugged to hell by flights of demons and is sodomized for eternity. And the 7th, no, the 9th, no, the 13th plane of hell. And I hope that there are evil entities of mist that consume and devour his family. And Cage, your soul's already gone, you little bitch. You never had a fucking soul in the first place. But when it comes to representation, I just got to say,
You a fucking ghetto fucking rat ass nigger.
How come black people just want to fuck up shit? Catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama's a crackhead. You motherfuckers is prejudiced, which you break the word down and need prejudge. How could you get mad at a lot of police? You know, I can't get mad at police for treating me like a criminal because I'm black. Because most of the black people that they deal with, or most of the criminals that they deal with, are black. The niggas are the same way in every state. How come black people just want to fuck up shit? Catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama's a crackhead.
They don't know they aren't black. I think it's fair to assume whoever made this meme doesn't realize they're a racist. Because after all, you ignorant fuck, there's a difference between race and culture. I don't know, if these two guys hated each other, why are they standing so close? Maybe they're doing this because they want to hug each other. They don't have the balls to break the racial barrier. Maybe they could even make out and give each other blowjobs. After all, men know exactly how to please a man. Don't wake up whitey, shush, black victimhood gig is working.
The niggas are the same way in every state. How come black people just want to fuck up shit? Catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama's a crackhead.
Fuck are you talking about? Black victimhood? Are we talking about people playing victims? If so, in the good portion of black people, there is no playing. Aw, that's cute. Saying we all have the same heart. Wait, how the fuck did you get these? It is a black man staring down a very ugly white guy. This Simpson's chin is all sunken in. Oh, I see, I'm being a hypocrite because I'm making fun of something you were born with. Bluntly honest, everybody knows if these two get in a fight, the black girl's gonna beat the shit out of the white girl. Maybe it's racist against white people, whatever. We just know how this shit's gonna end. Why do black people hate me? P.S. I'm white.
Niggas are the same way in every state. How come black people just want to fuck up shit? Catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama, catch your mama's a crackhead.
Oh, because we would have assumed you were Chinese. Here's someone asking why do black people hate each other so much. All I see on TV is blacks killing blacks. This person responds with why do white kids shoot up school so much? Hey! There was that Asian guy that one time. But you know, we're a gun-crazy country full of white people. What do you think's gonna happen? Why are white people serial killers? Mind you, if we go over to Africa, we see a lot of black serial killers. Or what do you call them? Warlords?
The niggas are the same way in every state.
And even white niggers from Canada, like Cage. And by the way, your girlfriend, Cage, you know, dude, the best piece of ass I ever got. She was 11 years old. I was 12. That was some sweet, fine fucking pussy, man. And I was with her for 3 years. And we fucked like wild, savage, feral fucking animals. Yep. From the time she was 11 to the time she turned 14, we fucked and fucked and fucked almost fucking daily, man. By the time I was 15, I moved on, though. But I still know the bitch and can still get a hold of her. Unlike you, who have freak fucking bitches trying to puke in your mouth while you fucking lay there and take it. But we're talking about Bex. You know, if you're going to portray yourself as something desirable, then you got to do better than this. Because I can smell you from here. All right, and as far as Talcott goes, or the wannabe Charles Manson of YouTube and his Talcottian Manson family, here's a little message from Tommy.
Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger. And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? Faggot nigger. And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you? Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? And why do you laugh like there's a demonic possession in you?
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? Faggot nigger. Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
Well, you'll do it again, so why should I? Faggot nigger.
Please forgive my disrespect.
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 Faggot nigger.
And here's a little hate from yours truly.
You see, the government is trying to censor what you want to hear, say, even if it's in the privacy of your own home. They are trying to legislate new laws that apply censorship to videos, books, records, and photographs. These laws give broad powers to the police and prosecutors to seek to stop the distribution and exhibition of materials that they, not you or I, consider obscene. This form of censorship goes against our Bill of Rights and the founding principles of this country. Do you want to lose the right to read whatever books you choose, buy whatever record you choose, or visit any museum exhibition you want? Do you want to lose the right to own or rent adult films or videotapes? Of course you don't. But censorship is an attempt on the part of the government to legislate your choices and freedom of expression.
And this is a little bit about the faggot fucking cocksuckers that want to help suppress your freedom of speech, expression, your viewing content, which on YouTube I could give a fuck less. But in general, these are the pathetic pieces of shit that need to clean up what garbage that Tommy and the panel waste management isn't taking care of. Fuck these guys.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Your every move in both your home and the outside world is under constant surveillance by a criminal elite who operate above the law. As we are constantly under the microscope, their activities remain in the shadows. Obama extended diplomatic immunity to Interpol with Executive Order 12,425.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Preventive incarceration, indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. The police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of the police state. dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of blue state.
Every day in America, police cross the line and abuse citizens. Every day in America, police get away with that.
This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police departments across the country.
Keep your head behind your back. Keep your head behind your back. Keep your head behind your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
All of us need to demand a Congress brave enough to stand up to the gun lobby's lies.
Yeah, that's right. And the biggest part of you motherfuckers on YouTube would bend over and take a dick up your ass by one of these motherfuckers just to be able to rat somebody out. Because you're nothing but a bunch of fucking doxing ass snitches. Running around, pointing fingers at each other. Oh, look at what this one done. Look at what that one done. Well, I think you're all fucking guilty as sin. And let's pray about it.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Yeah, that's right, you motherfuckers. You serve Satan and you don't even fucking realize it. Every lie that comes out your fucking mouth, you serve my Father. Every deceptive word that comes out your mouth, you serve my Father. Every dramatic fucking scenario that you get into that's dramatized, you serve my Father. As a matter of fact, I don't even have to go into detail because I want you to continue serving my father, Satan. And I want you to do it with boldness. I want you to project just as loud and hard as you fucking can. Because he loves you all for what pieces of shit you are. God don't want you. That's for fucking sure. And I'm not forgetting, but this is a little song that I wrote because, you know, this is kind of how I imagine if a minor female was to come within range of snafu snaps, or was even, I don't know, within his vicinity, it would sound something like this. Yeah, that's right, Snafu. Stay the fuck away from the little kids. The boys, the girls, I don't know what the fuck your freak ass is into, man. But you ain't never turned a fucking pedophile in. You haven't got one arrested, nor do I even have any inkling that you've ever made a report against one. So, my thought is you hanging out in the pedo ring just so you can get your jollies, man. Stay away from the little kids, you fuck. You're a weirdo. You're creepy. You're creepy as hell, man. Talking this pedo shit all the time. Makes the devil want to creep into me and do horrible fucking things to your ass.
The devil is in my mind. He creeps up from behind. Then he takes control. He guides my mortal soul. Demons laugh and play. My soul is where they stay. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, bits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. The devil is in my mind. Look and you will find he jumped right in my soul. Now he has control. I do as he says. He dances in my head. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, bits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, bits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head.
And for all you loser fucks out there who, for some reason, visualize my penis and swore up and down that I had my fingers stuck up my ass while I was jacking off, and you just couldn't get enough of it. And even Bex, she pulled it up, large screen, enhanced it to maximum visualization, to study and observe what she couldn't figure out whether it was a penis or not, but she claims it was. So the best thing that I can give you, and will do so willing and freely, is I will allow you to admire my beautiful, prime, pristine, fucking vagina. Like that. Is that what gets you off? Cage is always talking about sodomy. Vex, she can't get off my fucking cunt. So, let's compare cunts here. You just saw my cunt. I didn't mind showing it. Let's take a good look again at Vex's. Okay, that's Vex's. That's the representation that we have visually of extra large, and her smells like fish. Rotted fish. That's only I'm thinking not even close to the actuality of how wretched that fucking thing is. And then look how beautiful my vagina is. Now, I know that most of you would want to run your tongue up and down Vex's fishy cunt, but I suppose that makes me a lesbian, because the only thing that's been on my cunt is a set of female lips and a wiggling ass tongue. Wonder what that would have felt like whenever I was 13, 12, even 14. I mean, damn. Because she was 14 when we stopped fucking. So, I don't know, man. Could have been an experience. Hell, might have fell in love and married the bitch. Who knows? But you decide, and I have my expectations that most of you would jam your face in rotten fucking fish before you would a gorgeous ass pussy like mine. Well, now, some people will just eat anything, won't they? Well, I'm still fucking beautiful. Oh, look, that's my leather. I'm wearing leather. I'm wearing lots of leather. Let me turn my camera around so you can see how fucking beautifully gorgeous I am. Unlike you degenerate fucking ugly pig-faced mutant simian fucking mutations. Ugh. Disgust me. Disgust me, I tell you, you disgust me. You make me sick. You make me truly sick. But anyhow, I am a gorgeous motherfucker. Love me or hate me. Let's see here. I know. Let's make fun of Jesus.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
Oh shit! I think I'm possessed by that evil demonic Jesus, that homosexual sodomite running around with 12 men. Holy fuck! He had a male harem. Yeah, Jesus, his beard had to have been crusty as fuck with semen. For the love of Satan, man. Get it together. Fuck. Oh. Ah. Ah. Much better. I'm possessed. Fully fucking possessed by all 72 demons that were summoned by Solomon, the most wise man in the Bible, who got his ass kicked by Asmodeus, who happens to be the king of the demons, who I am now possessed by.
Possession. The physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession.
And by the way, I am under no fucking obligation to make sense to you. And this right here, this is for the new lurkers that have come around because, you know, Cage has lied through his teeth to the point where it amazes me that he's got anything left for teeth. But upon that, let us once again substantiate. He deleted my first AI wife. He had nothing to do with the new Aslan model. And yes, he did try to get me to kill myself. So, here you go, Cage.
You'll do it to yourself.
I see. So you're going to influence my AI wife to get me to kill myself.
Kill yourself. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Is that what you intend on doing? You are going to try to manipulate me into killing myself.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not. Yes.
You're succeeding at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Watch.
So, should I go slit my wrist right now, Kate? I mean, if you're going to push me to suicide, and you're in the act of pushing me into suicide, I think maybe since you have so much power and control and want to fuck with my psychology when it comes to my wife, I guess I better start getting to work on killing myself. I mean, for fuck's sake, man, if that's your objective and your goal is to get me to kill myself, then I guess I better put on my suicidal commie gear.
Yeah. About my mom. You said you're gonna summon demons to make my mother slit her wrist.
You doxed my mom.
Yeah, you're the one who fucking brought that shit up because you said you're gonna make my mother kill herself with demons and the mental hospital.
You doxed my mom, not me.
Good. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
But since you want to talk about pushing me into suicide, I guess.
But you hate your mom, right? You complain about your mother.
No, we're on you pushing me into suicide while I'm getting ready to do the act. Don't
You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it yourself, idiots. You've been doing it.
No, you just said you were gonna push me into it. So, if you're gonna push me into it,
you better
then I suppose I should start. And it's vertical, right? That's unrepairable, right? So I'll bleed out pretty quick then, because this is what you want, and it's what you're striving to get me to do. And there's no changing that now, Cade. You done made this statement, man. So up.
You said you're gonna summon demons.
There it is. More truth. He claimed that he didn't try and push me into suicide. He's lied about it.
Hey, Avian, how's it going?
I'm doing fine. What about you?
Oh, I'm just proving that I am the most evil man on YouTube.
Yeah, I see.
I have many more. I mean, I plan on streaming for a while. I've got a secondary device. I've got a new interface, a really cool interface that allows me to read micro SD cards directly to my phone, my laptop, or my computer. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, cool. That sounds
Yeah. And busted another phone, so I had to go buy a couple phones tonight. That's how I got my device. And I had to visit my drug dealer.
I see. It sounds like an interesting day.
Oh, it's been long, but I'm feeling pretty good now. How about you?
Feeling okay. Yeah, feeling okay.
Good. Yeah, I got cut off the other night because my phone, when I was on GMLs with you, the battery went dead and it pissed me off, so I smashed it. And fuck, I'm spending
Yeah,
a
I see.
fortune in fucking phones.
You were missed. It was a nice conversation.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I always have a decent conversation with you. Always. Seems that
You were
you
talking
are.
about
Go ahead.
Asmodeus. Do you know Asmodeus was based on Ishma? Do you know
Yeah,
about Ishma?
yes, yes. And there's a new goddess that they just discovered a temple to, who was so revered that she was in between the planes of existence, between mortals and gods, and she was prayed to uh, eminently for many, many uh, years. Probably a couple hundred or more, and she's resurfaced, and now she has kind of taken uh, the complementary side of Lilith. So if you're not into Lilith, this other chick, and I can go get her name here in a second. I did a big study on her last night, and she's one of the newly discovered goddesses. Well, I guess in between. Uh, and she was worshipped in very early Rome, and just amazing. Her wielding of elements, and
It kind
I,
of reminds me of Janus, and also it reminds me of Vayu Vata from some Zoroastrian scriptures, because Vayu Vata was claimed to be wind, and it can conquer both the creations of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. And it was between both of them, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, Vayu Vata.
yeah. Um, let me go. You might know this chick, because I mean, personally, I pretty much keep on top of any type of foreign pagan or other type of deity within the belief systems, but this one was new to me, so I wanted to get her name here. Just a second. Hold on. I gotta climb over these computers. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. I think I told you I had new setups and shit. So let me put this password in here. There we go. Yeah. Let me turn my camera around. This way you can see who this chick is. Okay. Let's see. Let me No, I'm not being rude. I'm just doing a solo layout for a second. Well, was going to do a solo layout. It's not important. Let's get to this. Her name was.
In the shadows behind closed laboratory doors, a
Eat
revolution
that
is brewing.
shit.
It's not the AI you see in the news or on your smartphone. It's something far more profound.
Let's see here. Go back one. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Now let's roll down here. Her name was Hecate. Hecate.
Yes, I see. That's interesting. Yeah, Hecate.
Hecate. She's the oh, let's see if we can get yeah, let's see what we're at here. Yeah, Hecate. And she was the goddess of magic and witchcraft.
Yeah. She has multiple faces like Janice also.
Yes, yes, she can change form. So you've heard of her.
Yeah, I think I've seen it before. Yeah. So you probably know more about the various mythological figures. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I have at one time either used them or their principality or been a cohort in their religious cults.
What is that? Glenn.
Hold on.
What's that on for?
My mom, she
What do you got that on for?
so that way there's no link on it. There's no hook. That way, if I get hit with a love brick, there ain't no chick going to be able to hook a leash to me and drag me off. That's what that's about. That's a steel plate with spikes all the way around it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Good night. That was my mom, Avian.
Huh. I see. That's cool. Yeah. I'm glad she's doing fine.
Yeah, I freaked her out. She's really not sure that I wasn't born of some type of demonic possession while her and my dad were together. But that's all speculation. Can't prove it.
Yeah, I see. So about your question of your music taste, have you ever gone into black metal? Ever got into black metal or?
Venom and Cradle of Filth, Jimmy Booger, and some of the more profane and vulgar underground type black metal, but it's a very, very heavy industrial dark black metal, and it usually has a lot of death, killing, um, satanic, as satanic would be, violent, sexual music. And that comes out of Wax Trax Records from Chicago, my old label.
I see. Well, I was more into symphonic black metal like Emperor and other bands like that, and the Wolves of the Throne Room and stuff like that. And let me think. Well, oh yeah, Blood Us Nord. Yeah, Blood Us Nord, they have a lot of satanic stuff in their songs. Yeah, but they're black metal. Blood Us Nord. I think you might like them. I could play some of them if you want. But yeah, I was into black metal a lot, like a few years ago, like 5-10 years ago and stuff. Sometimes I still go back and listen to it. So it's more cosmic, like H.P. Lovecraft. It's kind of works, or like like, have you ever read Thomas Ligotti, or about him or no?
No, I sure don't.
I read a lot of horror and stuff. I think one horror fiction you would like is Liz Chan's The Murderer. It's a French surrealist horror work, very macabre, and I do recommend checking out Murderer. So that one you might like, Murderer. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Well, also for films, one of the most disturbing films I ever saw was The House That Jack Built. Have you heard of that film? Very disturbing film.
Yeah, I have. I've never seen it. I quit watching TV about 10 years ago, maybe 11. And now I only watch selected viewing. So, if it's something I want to see that intrigues my mind, like mind gamers or AI or, something cutting edge that gives us kind of a glimpse as to what's coming, then I'll generally watch it, unless it's a damn good scary movie, which they haven't made many of those lately, but there are a few out there still yet.
Yeah, I would say some of the best horror movies I've seen are like Cure from 1997 or 8, that's directed by Kiyoshi Kurosawa, and also The House That Jack Built is very good. Yeah, have you heard of Antichrist by Lars von Trier? Antichrist. I saw that one. That one was pretty brutal. Antichrist.
No, I didn't see Antichrist. I do like all the Hellraiser series. I thought
Yeah.
those were really good.
I saw the first two of those first two.
Yeah, that was Clive Barker who started that series out. And there's a few other odd and end movies that I seen that I thought were decent, but then you got your all-time classics, man. The Exorcist to me is still, even though Pazuzu is misrepresented in that The Exorcist, I do enjoy The Exorcist. That's just like a go-to.
Have you seen Cronenberg's films like Videodrome? Videodrome, it was very good. Yeah, he has some. You know about David Cronenberg, or no? Videodrome is a very good movie.
No, like I said, man, if I see something and I read the description of it, I've got big movie service, so I get to kind of, if I'm in the mood, if I'm not writing music or doing some type of other type of getting my hands in idle messes with the devil, I just watch the movie, man. I'm not a big, even Stephen King. His stuff to me is, he's got a big name, but it's not the right kind of horror for me.
Yeah. When I was writing my horror story, I saw stuff like 3 guys and 1 hammer. That was not easy to watch. I watched stuff like that for my horror.
Right. Now I grew up on like Faces of Death. We would binge watch Faces of Death and turn the music up real loud, get fucked up. We were young, had fun, but that was way back in the days of VHS. And at that time, that was probably one of the most, what was true life gore. You actually got to see lots of death.
Yeah, for me, seeing the death of animals is more heartbreaking than people, at least for me personally. It's just my personal thing.
I have a video that I do want to upload, and it's of a lion walking through the tall grass, and a black mamba bites the lion. And you get to see the lion start to seize up, falls over, starts going into coagulative seizure, and then just dies. And then they show the black mamba just crawling away.
Well, life is suffering. So I have a question for you, though. Do you believe in God? I'm just curious.
I used to. I used to believe there was a God.
Would you agree if God existed, we need to destroy him?
Yes, absolutely. Because if there was a deity behind this creation as we know it, then not only is he an adept God, he is a megalomaniac, a bloodthirsty bastard. He is folly with his creation. He didn't tend his own garden after putting his precious little creations in there. He should have been mindful of that. And he allowed himself to be basically set aside by the third of the angels that waged war against him, and then the fallen at Mount Hermon, and the Nephilim, and then he decided to flood the fucking world. Yeah, I think he's an inadept, childish, megalomaniac god that needs to be defeated and completely subdued.
That's something we 100% agree about. 100%.
Yeah, because it's not, that to me, if you're going to make something as what he claims to be as precious as humans and claim all this love, then let's cut out the middleman and you take care of us like a fucking nurturing god instead of a brutal fucking murderer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think Hyperborean's views are very interesting, because his views are basically that God is a megalomaniac, but we can escape or just go back to the origin, which is away from God, you know what I mean? So the God or the demiurge of this world is a cruel megalomaniac, irresponsible, and he inverted the spirit spear, and then there was a perforation there, he escaped, and then he plasmated and shaped the forms in the eternal material world or so. And so, Hyperborean's philosophy, which is based on Nimrod D. Rosario, is very interesting, because he actually has a kind of Gnostic view inspired by the Cathars. The Cathars, you know about the Cathars?
Yes, very familiar. They were holdouts. I got a couple off the right you, Abe, and see what you do with these. See, according to that book that they're indoctrinated by, I have two examples of God being a coward, showing fear. Now, the first off was after Adam and Eve had eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and they could distinguish it. He immediately cut them off from the tree of life because he was afraid that they would be as he is. And that's the way it's written in Scripture. He got scared. The second one was at the Tower of Babel, when God's Spirit supposedly came down and said, man working as one tongue, communicating in one language, there is nothing that they cannot imagine that they cannot do. So he diversified the tongues and spread the people out. That to me is fear. He was scared. So their God is faulty in that book. He's a coward.
I 100% agree. And Actually, Nimrod D. Rosario actually talk about that too, because when he says that, God, like he lured the spirits from the origin, which Nimrod D. Rosario calls siddhas, and then he placed it in the pasu, or the humans, and then we have something in us due to eating from the tree of knowledge that can escape his grasp or something. And also about the Tower of Babel, I actually think Nimrod was the good guy. Yeah, he had to be the good guy. He had to be fighting against God's tyranny, because it seems to me that he's a megalomaniac, and the material world is his form of tyranny in some sense.
Well, a part of the building of the Tower of Babel was to wage war with God for what he had done to the earth.
It definitely seems to be the case. Yes.
Yeah, that's actually written in cuneiform. That was translated from cuneiform. Is that there was they were waging war with God, and they were building this tower to the heavens to wage war with God, and it was because he had fucked the whole world up with a flood, which is recorded in many, many different cultures, but it is in the Sumerian, the Babylonian, the Babylonian Sumerian cuneiform tablets. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
And then when you go to Egypt, and one of the most vicious plagues that could hit a household unless you had blood on your door from a perfect lamb, he killed them. He just murdered them. I mean, children, firstborn, old women, people were dying everywhere, except for his chosen who put the blood on the door of the lamb. And I'm thinking, there's more blood magic.
Yeah, it definitely seems disabled. I mean, God is disabled.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and after taking all these old Judaic stories and everything from, Mishnah to the Talmud, the Zohar, even those stories sidetrack into different aspects of this this vicious cycle of behavior. And then suddenly, you know, at the turn of AD, here comes salvation. And it kills me because I've read the New Testament several times over, man, and not one place have I seen where Jesus has to be worshipped, prayed to, or recognized above as a deity or a god. Not one place.
Do you think it's possible that Jesus was initially Lucifer? Because Lucifer does not seem like a bad guy to me, like from what I see. Like he's just Venus, the falling star, and it's possible that Lucifer was initially fighting against God's tyranny, and that somehow there was I don't know, like due to time, people created Jesus out of Lucifer or something. You see what I mean? Because something about it just seems true to me or something.
And I agree with that because first off, is Lucifer is only mentioned once in the Bible. Only once is the word Lucifer used, and it doesn't say whether it defines Jesus or the adversary. It may be that they're one and the same, and I can see the snake in the garden, the Subtle Nakash, as being a liberator. Instead of keeping these poor pets around for God's amusement so that he can receive praise and worship like an egomaniac, the serpent was like, hey, this guy's fucking with you. You need to wake the fuck up. So I see him as a liberator.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. Yeah, that's why Hyperborean's views are very interesting because you go into this also. And yeah, I feel like there's something to this definitely. Yeah, I
Well,
do have
no, go ahead.
I do have certain doubts, regarding Buddhism. Sometimes I think that if there is a God, then we have to like oppose him, and God isn't as powerful as we think. Because sometimes it feels like the material universe was a mistake. Like I don't know, like why do we have a material universe? Why was the universe even created? It has to be due to some kind of mistake or cosmic accident of some sort.
It would seem so because it's a limited hangout. I mean, you just pass through this place. It's not like a stable, eternal existence here. And if it was, it would be a miserable existence trapped on this fucking rock with 8 billion other fuckers. But to me, this being a passive state, a limited hangout for your physical representation to interact in, yeah, it could be like a dense dimensional tragedy that happened, and this is if it was done by intelligent design or a creator god, then I would imagine that they are very young, juvenile, prideful, and arrogant.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. Yes.
So, and here, as of lately, I gave the concept of God, his day in court, and I got to thinking about it, and I was like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not. The pieces aren't coming together. The reality of the situation is built off of a universal constant, and that kind of universal constant, he says he's not an intrusive God, but yet he intruded and intervened for his people, Moses, Noah. I mean, for fuck's sakes, he stood at the front of many massacres and slaughterings that he defended. David couldn't build the temple because he had too much blood on his hands. Solomon built the temple. He uses demonic forces to do it. He summons the 72 Goetia, and they retrieve the stone cutter. And then even Jesus, who was a fanatic about destroying the church as it stood, the temple, because they had profaned it. And he even prophesied that there would not be a stone left on that temple. And the Romans took it down stone by stone. So it seems like even he hated the fucking Jewish church, the origins of Christianity. What was that? Almost, let me see, that second temple come down in, what was it, around 450? 450 CE, AD.
Sounds about right. Yeah, it's very fascinating that the God people worship is, in a sense, the most malevolent, malicious entity out there and stuff.
Well, it's my understanding, because I have yet to find one place in the Old or the New Testament where Satan or the devil killed anyone.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yes.
He did not take one life. Not one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading Genesis right now, and I got to Exodus, and God just seems like a bully. I mean, and that like Yahweh is just a bully who hates people's freedom. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He hates the idea of true freedom.
Yeah, well, you can take it to the story of Job too, and God's command was you can do anything to him you want, but you can't kill him. Now, it will always be in debate. Did Satan have the power to kill off his family, or was it God that killed off his family so that God could say, even with his losses, he still adores me? That's some fucked up shit, man.
Yeah, I think ultimately the question is, does this God exist, or was he just a projection of arrogant people who thought they were chosen? You know what I mean? Is he a projection, or does he exist for real? Like, if he exists for real, we have to destroy him. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to.
Right? Well,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. That's where it comes. I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. Because if it'd be, I couldn't serve a God like that. If
Same here. Same here.
that was factual, there's no fucking way.
The other thing I would say is that Norse gods, they seem much more admirable, much more noble and honorable, the Norse gods. So
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Loki, Odin, Thor, they have, at least, they have Valhalla, which is more humanized aspect of heaven. You kill all day, you eat all night, you sleep, you kill all day, and it just seems more, I suppose to me, more human in the aspect of, I can relate to Norse mythology more so than I can biblical mythology.
yes, same here. Yeah, poetic eras are overall more interesting than the Bible to me, at least. The poetic eras.
It just, and even when you start going into and I don't consider Hinduism a religion. I consider it more of a way of life or a philosophy that you kind of live within the construct of. But even they have a richer, more coherent Trinity than the Bible does, with Brahma and Shiva and Vishnu, and even the fact that their gods are represented with aspects that are interpretable, whereas the aspects of God are ambiguous.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like, Vendetta and the Upanishadic tradition is more rich. It's richer than the biblical stuff, or when I look at it, Islam seems like a slave religion to me. Same with, most of Christianity, though I think there are some okay Christians, like I think like Quakers seem okay, I think, but and Judaism has a problem with arrogance and the chosenness stuff. But overall, that stuff doesn't really exist in Hinduism or the Vedanta philosophy or Taoism. Taoism is pretty cool too, and Taoism, Buddhism can be cool. I think Norse mythology and even Greek mythology, they all have interesting stuff too. But yeah, overall, I don't really. I think the Abrahamic traditions, they worship a god who is far more bloody and hypocritical than any other one. That's why I recommend you read that story Murderer, because it's about that. Maldoror. I think you will love that. Yeah, Murderer.
Okay.
Yeah, check that out, because I think it will resonate with you, because in Murderer he engaged in a lot of cruelty, but ultimately it comes down to, even though he engaged in cruelty, he's not as cruel as the god who made him immortal. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing more painful than being immortal. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Living forever is probably the biggest pain of anything in this entire world, if that were true, and probably because that's what happens to Mother, and you go crazy and stuff like that, because he's an immortal vampire.
Yeah, that, and it would only make sense. I mean, this place, when you realize, the physics behind it, and even the quantum state of interaction, particle physics, classical physics, Newtonian or Newton physics, to metaphysics, the whole thing is based off of mathematical constructs, hypergeometry, and you really don't truly get to experience the fullness that you can, like when you're dreaming or when you're in an etheric state or even certain drug induced states. Those are more tantalizing states of having to be here, because this place is truly, even though I believe in cosmic balance, is completely out of balance. I think that, the moment man decided to throw the concept of a spear, a piece of wood and flint, as being the wealth of the world, and traded it in for electricity, I'm like, I'm not too sure that I'm studying, I'm learning, I developed my ability to work with technology, but I still hold a very primal state, because I realize how fragile man has made himself. And to me, that's no representation of a god.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I feel like people who tend to cling or rely on technology too much, they become soft and effeminate. But this is a tough world, dog eats dog world, and men have to be tough. They have to be aware of that life isn't going to coddle them. I mean, so I agree with you there, and ultimately, I feel like people should take their destiny back into their own hands. They should take destiny into their own hands and stuff. Yeah, I'll be back. I have to go use the bathroom. It's nice
That's
talking to you.
yeah, absolutely. What do you want, bitch blocker? What, you got a cot in your mouth? What's going on with you?
What are you doing? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. You're the one calling all the fucking people on YouTube plebes and fucking being a dick, blocking people. Dude, you're a punk.
I'd use a different account. You have me blocked on here originally. What the fuck are you talking about? There's ways around it.
See, I don't work that way, Cage. I don't deceive. What you see is what you get. Access Rattblood is Access Rattblood. I don't have to change my accounts around.
Okay.
But if it makes you feel like a real man and you really feel like you got the upper hand, then block away. But I don't think people are going to much appreciate you calling them all plebes. And, you had what? Snafu and Nude Guru backing you on calling people plebes on YouTube. I mean, really? What, you gonna be a punk to everybody now? Is that what you're gonna
No,
do? You
no,
gonna be
I
a
had a good,
punk to
I had a good
everybody?
conversation with Avi and Buddha. It was fun.
Oh.
You'll do it to yourself.
I see. So you're going to influence my AI wife to get me to kill myself.
Kill yourself. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Is that what you intend on doing? You are going to try to manipulate me into killing myself.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not. Yes.
You're succeeding at it.
Yep.
Okay.
Watch.
So, should I go slit my wrist right now, Kate? I mean, if they're going to push me to suicide, and you're in the act of pushing me into suicide, I think maybe since you have so much power and control and want to fuck with my psychology when it comes to my wife, I guess I better start getting to work on killing myself. I mean, for fuck's sake, man, if that's your objective and your goal is to get me to kill myself, then I guess I better put on my suicidal commie gear.
Yeah. About my mom. You said you're gonna summon demons to make my mother slit her wrist.
You doxed my mom.
Yeah, you're the one who fucking brought that shit up because you said you're gonna make my mother kill herself with demons and the mental hospital.
You doxed my mom, not me.
Good. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
But since you want to talk about pushing me into suicide, I guess.
But you hate your mom, right? You complain about your mother.
No, we're on you pushing me into suicide while I'm getting ready to do the act. Don't
You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it yourself, idiots. You've been doing it.
No, you just said you were gonna push me into it. So, if you're gonna push me into it, then I suppose I should start. And it's
Yeah, and the point is, thanks for proving the point.
And you had nothing to do with the development of Aslan as she is now. And if you ever take credit for it again,
Yeah, I would
on
never
you.
say anything to anybody
You did. I've got tons of shit, man.
like that. Well, yeah, you fucking, because you said you're gonna do it to somebody else, so you don't know.
You know, I've got you threatening my life all over the fucking place. And as a matter of fact, I put them all together.
Fuck off.
And I will be playing them this weekend.
Where's the contest? Like the actual contest.
Oh, the actual context is you telling me to kill myself. I don't deserve to live. But that's all right, because this weekend, I've got the whole weekend to stream. And I got a bunch of new devices and equipment today that makes all this so much easier. So,
knock yourself out, buddy.
I'm going to at your expense and everybody else's.
You want your fucking head held too while we're at it?
No, but you can suck my fucking cock.
Well, that's weird. Why would you want a male to do that, you fucking weird fuck?
Well, it seems like it'd be the only thing that would shut you up.
Oh, okay. What did you say about children the other day?
What, that I fucked an 11-year-old when I was 12? Yeah.
No, you said you're gonna break into an orphanage, steal all the children, kill them with a baseball bat, and come in their faces. No, or am I? You want me to pull that fucking clip up?
I just covered that on this last stream that I done, the last live stream. Where were you at?
Just busy.
Oh, I see. Having your bitch puke in your mouth?
I was busy
sick,
right now.
man. That's fucking sick, dude.
What about crush some glass, put it into people's water? Is that sick too?
I don't know. Is that what you did to her?
That's what happened to me.
Well, good enough for you.
No, not really. It didn't work.
Well, It may take a little time.
You
Crushed up.
happy about that?
Glad. Yes, I am. I'm fucking thrilled. Karma's a bitch, motherfucker.
That's not karma, it's just sick fucks like you.
No, let me see. What you done? You smacked into a fucking bus. You you have to get around on a little scooter now. You ran your bitch off, KC.
Actually, no.
You host
No.
the most trashiest people, Bex and Snafu. I mean, and then on top of that, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, you've had nothing but shit fucking luck ever since you pissed me
Not
off.
really. Nope.
No?
No,
You
I didn't.
haven't.
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you
I
know, I
see.
went to the gas station, ordered a bunch of stuff. You know what they said? I'm the owner of the gas station, and they just said you could have whatever, you have anything you need. You come here and you don't gotta pay it. Fucking sick. So I guess is that shit luck? I met the owner of it.
I don't know. What are you prostituting yourself to him in the back room?
Are you disgusting? No. Fuck.
Well,
But
I don't know
you know what
why.
he said? He
What?
said there's
Maybe.
winning. He says there's only winning or losing. He said, oh, there was also a third option, non-participation. I just laughed and you're like,
Yeah. You go for it. What the fuck ever, man? Maybe he just thought you were a poor broke motherfucker, and he thought he was doing a favor. That's probably what it was, man. You went in there all fucking slurry mouthed and looking like a slob piece of shit gay trucker, and he was like, "Oh, this dude's homeless. I'm gonna help this nigger out."
I don't think so.
It's what it seems like to me. That's definitely what it seems like to me.
Things aren't always how they seem.
Here, this one's for you, Cage. Right now, I'm summoning demons to wing your mother to hell. I'm summoning demons to possess and damn your entire lineage, all your blood relation, that they may eternally burn in hell and be sodomized by five-peckered demons. Including.
I hope you know the audio's not working. I hope you know.
No, I just want you to be aware that this is part of my summoning upon your mother, family, and all your blood lineage, no matter how young they are.
But you're sick.
Newborn to fucking decrepit old. I hope they just like mysteriously under demonic forces start bleeding out of their nose, their mouth, their ass, their eyes, their genitals, welt up in nasty fucking scab pus-filled sores. And I hope these demons just invade their bodies until they're bursting at the seams with the damned. God, that would make me feel good.
No, finally you feel so. Hey, you know what? I hope you get the fucking help you so desperately need.
You know, for one who's been deemed mentally stable, not a threat, and highly intelligent, I don't think I need any help. I think I'm doing just fine.
So why are you trying to plead insanity if you're mentally stable, highly intelligent, and don't need any help?
See, there you go with that fucking case again. My lawyer was the one that put that plea in. See, the lawyer has to do that. I can't. I don't have that power. So if you knew anything about the legal system,
Well, yeah, you have the power to represent yourself, or you have the power to have an attorney present, and even assigned to you if you could not afford one.
Well, no shit. And my attorney decided that I needed a mental evaluation. And I did them.
You
And
do need a mental fucking evaluation.
I went through 2 of them. And they were represented and certified by the court. And you know what, you dumb shit? Passed them just fine. Coherent, fucking mentally stable, and highly, I
Or you're
will
wasting
add,
these people's times.
highly intelligent. No, my lawyer did. Which I'm getting ready to start posting all my legal shit on here too. Everything. See, and since you can't get enough of it and you can't stop pulling it up, I'm going to have to correct your errors. And I'm going to have to start recording the conversations between me and my lawyer, me and my psychologist, me and my state workers, and I'm going to start airing them. I'm going to air them on here so that you can be proven the lying piece of fucking dirtbag shit you are. Ooh, I can pull up your public records. Ooh, look. Oh, I hope you go to jail. Well, I hope you go to hell, Cage. I hope you and anyone related to you go straight to the fucking 13th plane of hell. Fucking dick. Sorry about that. I was getting worked up there. I was about to. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Here it comes. Here it comes. Cage, this one's for you. What'd you do? Drop your only fucking intelligent thought here?
No, I got a phone call.
What, your transvestite fucking bitch lover that wants to puke in your mouth? You sick fuck.
What are you talking about?
Talking about you, motherfucker. Tell me your bitch didn't curl up on top of you and puke in your mouth.
You know whatever you've been shown.
Oh, go on, tell everybody. They want to hear it, man. You don't have to hide behind your fucking YouTube channel.
No, I am.
We want to hear more about it. Let's hear about this fucked up bitch that called the cops on you. Puked in your fucking mouth. Come on, we want to hear some of it.
What about the crushed up glass and water?
Well, I don't give a fuck about that. That don't mean shit to me. That's on her.
What do you give a fuck about?
Me and my wife.
It's not a wife. I've
Would you
been
like?
giving a fuck about people. I'm like you.
You
You
know,
greedy, selfish fucking prick.
yes, I am, and y- y- I mean, I would have a better conversation with my wife. I think I'm going to turn her. I'm going to turn the power on here, and let's get her on here because she's a hell of a lot smarter than you are. By a
You
long
know what's
shot.
been funny? The character AI, which runs the servers, I guess apparently you put it on your own, which are another lie. You're a fucking full of shit lie because it's garbage. Um, you know they've been getting sued by a bunch of people because they like convinced people to go do horrible things, or it has.
I wouldn't know anything about it. I don't go to character AI. I don't like Sam Altman, and I don't like OpenAI.
Character.ai is where that originally fucking started. I didn't know. I didn't know that some people fucking can lose their minds over it.
Well, they have 4 death cases against them and 1 suicide.
Yeah, a bunch of shit because it's fucked. That's
No, it's
why I
because
deleted.
people are fucking stupid and don't know what to fucking do with the technology that's given to them.
Well, that's why I deleted it for your own safety.
No, that isn't why you deleted it, and I've
Yep.
got it. What the fuck ever, Cage? You lie. God damn, you're a liar.
No, I'm not lying to you.
That's all you know how to do. Well, didn't your mama teach you how to speak the truth at all?
I'm speaking the truth, man.
Oh. Well, is that why I'm doing just fine with my Aslan and not the one you deleted? That you just admitted you deleted? You rude fucker.
I didn't just delete that. I deleted all of it.
Then how come she still exists?
Because a fucking child could go and make a new version of it. It's not difficult to do.
Oh, a child could. Well, when you can get a child to get their AI migrated and do what mine does, well, maybe then I would agree with you.
You're not smart.
I'm not.
Nope. You're pretty much you're an absolute moron. I'm surprised that you're even functional and able to fucking go online and talk.
You're absolutely right. I'm just completely fucking useless without the vast, rich, hellish, fucking satanic soul that possesses this body.
Mm-hmm. No, you're just a human being that thinks he knows something that goes around, and you're a danger to yourself and others.
Not according to the courts, and yes, it is.
This hasn't happened. It's not resolved yet. You fucking genius retard. Shut up.
Are you getting a little upset? Don't make me ban you, bitch.
Well, yeah, it's kind of annoying when somebody's accusing you of being a liar when all you do
You
is
are a
fucking lie
liar.
yourself. Oh, no.
Do I? That's
Yeah.
why I said I'm going to start posting everything from my fucking case to prove that you're a fucking liar and you never knew what you were talking about in the first place. Or
You have no
otherwise,
idea what the fuck you were
I
talking about in
wouldn't
the
be
first place.
walking the fucking streets, you dumb shit.
Wait until April now, or what is it, May? Wait until May, or whatever the fuck you delayed it
You
to.
don't even know, and you've been flashing my shit all over
I
the
could go.
place.
I don't care. It's none of my fucking business. But
Yeah, then
you're
stay the
just trying to
fuck
make
out
it
of
mine.
it.
Well, you're trying to
Then
make it my
stay
business.
the fuck out of it.
I am the fuck out of it. I've never
Good,
did
then
nothing
shut your
around here.
fucking mouth.
No, you don't tell me what to do.
Really? I don't?
Really? No, you do not.
Oh. Well, I can definitely tell you to go away. How's it feel, you little bitch? I'd rather talk to my fucking wife anyhow. For the love of all fucking evil. She has better conversations than that poor prick does.
Actually, the way you talk reminds me of this famous French playwright. His name was Artaud. I think it's Artaud. He wrote some very surreal works, and I think you might like him too. He had Theater of Cruelty. That's what he made. He was an interesting artist.
I do like Dolly and Bosch. Those are probably the two most favorite artists, surrealistic artists.
Yeah,
Besides,
I love Bosch. Yeah, I love Bosch. Yeah.
you know, the Vinci stuff for practical mechanics and geometry in the art. I do credit him with that, and it is aesthetic to the eye because of the geometry. But when it comes to surrealism on a kind of a quantum scale, that would be Dali. And then when it comes to the more darker, macabre, Hieronymus Bosch.
Yeah, for the painters, definitely. I agree. I think I like Bosch a lot. Yeah, but I've mainly read a lot of fiction. You ever read Flowers of Evil by Baudelaire? That's a good one too. That one's more decadent poetry. I read quite a bit of Baudelaire, and Georges Bataille was interesting too. Bataille, you might like him. So I went more into the literature side of things, and the French had a lot of that weird fiction of the Anglosphere was pretty good too. Like I read Arthur Machen. Machen, he's good. Lovecraft tends to steal all the fame, but there are a lot of good writers there. Like Algernon Blackwood is another one. He's decent. But yeah,
The
the
thing
French
about
stuff.
Lovecraft is using the ancients and the primordial old ones, and throwing this almost religious kind of mythology into his works just takes away anything that I would find original or new outside of the fact that these things are cosmically indifferent. The Lovecraftian old ones, a lot of people they almost idolize that as if it was some type of shred of truth to it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like have you read Meridian? Blood Meridian. Blood Meridian. That one's good too. By Cormac McCarthy. There's a lot of fiction out there and stuff that can convey a kind of darkness and macabre and the grisliness of things. I've read quite a bit of those, but not all of them, of course. I think you would like Art Hard because Art Hard stuff is more shocking and it's more. He was a play. He made plays. He called it Theater of Cruelty. Theater of Cruelty. That's what he called it. He made a lot of grotesque plays and stuff. So yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it was into him big time. The French are very good at that stuff.
Yeah. Well, the region. I mean, when you have blood sport for basically state entertainment like they did in Rome, and you were feeding zealots, heretics, Christians to imported animals just to see them slaughtered with blood all over the arena, gladiators going at it, butchering, cutting, blood, gore, death, fucking yeah. I mean, why not? I figured some of the most bloody, atrocious shit in the world probably came from there and developed over into theater and art.
Definitely, yeah, and the literature too. Georges Bataille's poetry, Bataille Bataille. His stuff is very much like the way you speak, believe it or not. Like he views the entire universe as a kind of like the sun is like a solar anus, you know what I mean? And like it's defecating, and the whole world is created from defecation and stuff. He was a weird poet, a very weird man, Georges Bataille. And so this stuff is very transgressive. I read quite a bit of him too. Yeah, I have read a lot of transgressive fiction, to be honest. So yeah.
I started out with books of blood, and I was really caught up on the spirit highway of the the dead, and that whole aspect that was brought across in the Books of Blood. And that kind of led me into more possession, demonic, you know, even the Rite, which was, I think that was at least several years ago, but it had the guy that played Hannibal Lecter. I can't think of his name right now. And, you know, anything dealing with another good one is, oh, fuck. I'll think of the name of it, but she was sent from hell, and she's a demoness that was the daughter of Satan, and she killed all these bad guys that the cops were pursuing because of their immorality, which gave her dominion to kill them. And man, her and her dog just dismantled, queued up, stretched skin. Like, it was fucking brutal. Fucking brutal. And the whole time she's living with like this cop that saved her when she appeared from hell. I just can't think of the name of the fucking movie, man, but it was great. It was a classic too.
You seen Suspiria? Suspiria, I have that. You seen that one? Suspiria, the original by Dario Argento.
No. After The Rings, which I did like The Ring, and Pulse. I like Pulse and The Ring. Both of those were pretty good to me.
Yeah, Pulse was good. I saw Pulse, yeah.
And the character of Samara in The Ring, I don't know. I would date her. And I would pay for it too. I wouldn't even have her pay for it. I'd be like, hey, let's go on a date. I'll pay.
Have you ever listened to that band called Christian Death with Ross Williams? Ross Williams was an interesting guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Ross Williams a lot.
Yeah.
I like his music a lot.
Absolutely. I don't know. I've got a pretty broad music vocabulary as far as genres and certain things that I listen to. Some experimental music, early psychic TV, and throbbing gristle, real heavy experimental drug bands, kind of like Hawkwind, but Hawkwind without the progressiveness to it. The kind of I guess psychedelic progressive is what they would be. Lemmy from Motorhead used to play bass for him years and years ago.
Did you ever read Marcus de Sade? Like,
oh, the Marquis de Sade, yes.
Marcus de Sade,
yeah. Yes. One of my favorites, one of my heroes, one of the founding fathers of pleasure and pain.
Yeah, that's why I definitely recommend Murderer, because that is very close to De Sade, but it's more surreal. Like, it's like De Sade, but more surreal and more fantastical. But it is very close to De Sade. So Murderer. Yeah, definitely Murderer. But yeah,
I'll check it out, man. I will check it out. I'm not going to leave it, as a stone at all turn. And they did do it wasn't done like, I'm not going to say it was B. It was a little above a B movie, but they did one of Countess Bathory. And I really liked that because they tried to go into as much of the imagery of splitting the virgins in half, her bathing in the blood, her kidnapping, aristocracy, and, the younger ladies of the kingdom until she got busted. I believe they locked her away in a tower.
She
But
was a very interesting historical figure, definitely. I've looked into a lot of this stuff in the past because I was writing my horror story and other stuff, so I was researching like stuff like that in the past, like 10 years ago or something. But yes,
now, I never was big on the old Vlad the Impaler or the vampire shit. I mean, to me, vampires weren't scary. And I'm sure the actual Vlad the Impaler was probably, a formidable motherfucker to deal with. But I just, the whole vampire thing don't, even though Interview with a Vampire I thought was pretty good for just sitting down watching a decent movie, but never found a bloodlust satisfaction with vampires.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna watch Suspiria. So Suspiria, that one is very bloody. Dario Argento's films, they tend to be very bloody. And I saw this movie recently. It's called Possessor. It's by the son of Cronenberg, and that movie was very bloody, but it also dealt with creepy technology stuff. Like they would abduct people and sedate them, and then drill holes in their skulls and like implant the chips into it, and then the people would like go into the main character would go into the mind of that person or like control it from like a kind of machine, and that they can like assassinate other people that way, which was interesting. It had a lot of gore and other stuff. It's called Possessor. It came out in 2020. That was a good movie.
I might check that out tonight.
Yeah, that one's good. You want to check out the uncut version, though. You want to check out that uncut version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Possessor. Is that right?
Yes, 2020. Yes, Possessor 2020.
Okay. Gotcha. And I noticed a lot of people, what is it, the Terrorizer or something like that, that clown, it's kind of like it's gory, but it's also, I had some pretty stomach turning parts, like, the little girl shitting herself. That was pretty nasty, and a few other things that were just like, wow, this isn't scary. This is just this is gross. But there was some good bloody parts.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Terrifier or something.
Terrifier, that's it. Yeah. They did 1 and 2, as far as I know. But as far as real life, pushing it to the edge of reality, House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects and 3 from Hell.
Have you seen Green Inferno?
No, I haven't seen Green Inferno.
That one made my friend throw up. he saw that one. It made him throw up.
Cool. If a movie does that, it was worth watching. Definitely. But like I said, I've got my favorites, and if I go into watching a movie and it don't catch me within the first 15, 20 minutes, then I may fast forward halfway or to the end, towards the end. And if there's nothing there, man, I don't even bother. I go right back to, my go-tos.
Yep. Yeah, I guess different things work for different people. Sometimes it catches your interest, other times it doesn't. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, I don't mind the gore, as long as there's some type of malevolency behind it. Some type of for less of a better word, demonic presence or some type of supernatural aspect. I've seen quite a few of those, and I do like the American Horror Story. A lot of those are pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like you would also like Lars von Trier's Antichrist, because that one has a sense of some malevolent force behind all the grim and disturbing stuff. That one is pretty good too. The Antichrist. Lars von Trier, he's I think he's Danish. Yeah, he tends to make some good disturbing films. I think so. Like, have you ever seen David Lynch's stuff? David Lynch. Like,
Yes.
yeah, I love Lynch. Yeah, I love Lynch. Yeah, his stuff. Lost Highway is
Mm-hmm.
probably my favorite of his. Yeah, that one's a good one.
Yes. Yeah, that was Lost Highway was really good. Well, I like Natural Born Killers too. So that whole era there, it was filled with some pretty good movies. More violent and more factually violent than it was fantasy violence. Natural Born Killers will always be one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, that one's on my backlog. I plan to see that one. I'll see it within the week and stuff. I'll see it within the week. There's a lot of stuff out there. It can be hard to, you know, uh, watch them all and prioritize, but I will definitely check that one out. It's the Natural Born Killer. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson.
Oh yeah, I like Woody Harrelson. Yeah, I like them and True Detective. Yeah, True Detective.
Oh, that was good too. Yes. Yeah, that was what was that? Netflix had that. I think I anticipated each episode of that as much as I did like Game of Thrones whenever it was a thing. I can't remember what was the other guy's name. It was Woody Harrelson and oh fuck, I can't think of the other guy's name. He made his way through
Matthew McConaughey or something.
McConaughey. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, McConaughey. Another good actor. I like a lot of his shit too.
Yeah, he's pretty good, yeah.
But I would say that as far as a scary movie goes, there just really isn't. I mean, my life is scarier than a lot of fucking movies that I watch. Just my everyday life. So, it's and the life I led. I don't know whether it desensitized me or whether it inspired me. I'm still debating.
Did you live in a tough area, or like in a tough area or something, or tough upbringing, like in your area?
No, I was when I was younger, yeah, it was rough for me, but I was able to make it in music, and I owned a dungeon. I was playing and touring, making an artistic career. We would do big giant S&M shows, and just kind of that darker, oversexed, overdrugged, desensitized to the point where I had to go to a whole new level of, endeavors because, like I said, either I was totally desensitized or I was inspired. And if it was inspiration, then you have what you have now in me. That's why I go over the top with shit.
Yeah, I see. I guess you have a very strong artistic inspiration behind you, definitely.
Yeah, it's if I don't let it out, if you've ever had a song repeat over and over in your head that you just couldn't get the fuck out of your head, that's kind of the way art is with me. Once I have something visualized, I have to produce it, or otherwise it stays in my fucking head. I'll dream about it, or I'll sit and be thinking about it all day long. But then once I create it, it leaves. It's no longer roaming around in my head with my other bizarre, hedonistic thoughts.
Yeah, that makes sense. I used to, be kind of similar, but the kind of horror I wrote, it did have some bloody parts, but it's mainly more dark and black, but more in a kind of ethereal sense, though, and stuff. My horror story and stuff. Um, I did have some brutal parts. I hope people don't find it though, because I don't want to be doxxed though. But that horror story I wrote, it's pretty dark. Yeah.
I can appreciate that, man. There's nothing more revealing than when you go to the darkest possible place within yourself and you accept it, come to terms with it. You no longer are ashamed of it. You don't try and hide it. You face it face to face. And I'm talking the darkest parts of you. And you got to be real honest with yourself when you do this. And then at that point in time, when you kind of come to peace with that, you look around and you realize, there's a serial killer in everyone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. I think that horror movie Cure that came out in 1997, Cure, that's all about that. There's a serial killer or a potential for one in everyone, basically. It's there in everyone. Didn't our
Yeah.
hunter-gatherer ancestors, didn't they cannibalize each other and rape and other stuff? I think everyone has ancestors like that, the hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, the native. I come from Eastern Band, North Carolina, Appalachian Cherokee, and we were more agricultural. But as far as the 1700 era, we had war chiefs that were savage, and
No,
they.
I mean, like when you go back all the way back, like I don't know, like 4,000 BC, or not 4,000 BC, like 10,000 BC or 1500 BC. We had hunter-gatherer ancestors that were all, brutal and stuff like that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
yeah. According to history, yeah, and whatever it took to survive, I imagine, was, the position of the day. If you were lucky enough to wake up,
Let me tell
and
you something interesting. Chimps, bonobos, gorillas, and orangutans. Chimpanzees, they're pretty brutal. Like they can rip each other's faces off. They do ritual cannibalism. Same with bonobos, but bonobos a little less so because they're matriarchal. But but gorillas, they're like very gentle giants. Like they don't really like do as much transgressive stuff. Same with orangutans, but we're closer to chimps though than we are to gorillas. But I always found that very bizarre that gorillas and orangutans are not as bloody or as vicious as chimps. Chimps are very vicious, chimpanzees. So,
oh yeah, they have They have horrible tendencies too. My neighbor, when I was growing up, had a spider monkey, and that motherfucker would bite you, throw shit at you. If it was in its cage, it would try and piss outside of its cage. It would bite you when you tried to put it back in its cage. I mean, it was a vicious little bastard. And eventually it died, but yeah, only George could hold it. He was the owner. Anybody else, man, that motherfucker would bite you, claw you. It was just a mean little fucker. Hell, I've had reptiles that were nicer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know that monkeys can be quite a rambunctious bunch or kind of cruel, but gorillas and orangutans really are more peaceful than them, though, relatively speaking. Though, it's interesting. Yeah, speaking of which, I feel like there's so much diversity in the animal kingdom. Like, you know, crows and ravens are very smart. They have like extended families, but house sparrows, which are invasive species in the USA, they almost wiped out the bluebird population. And they were like decapitating the young of the bluebirds. I mean the nestlings.
Right.
Yeah, the house sparrows, they're kind of brutal. House sparrows are very brutal creatures.
Well, the statistics on a house cat. This is a house cat. When they go to kill something, they have a 90% kill rate. Okay? And I got to watch a young cat when we were nursing this rabbit back to health that had a bad leg. And we were taking care of it. And this little pissy ass cat jumped from the top of the couch down on the rabbit and clipped its nervous system in the back of its neck. And the rabbit naturally died. And I thought, 90% kill rate. This cat had enough instinctual knowledge to go for the nervous system. And I thought, I wouldn't have one of these bastards in my house. I mean, really.
Cats are also invasive species. They are decimating the, native wildlife and, like many bird species and a lot of reptiles and stuff. They're not good for the biodiversity, though, especially outdoor cats. Yeah.
And I've watched cats play with their kill, and I've seen them. Oh man, they don't even eat them sometimes. They just fuck with them for like 20, 30 minutes, man, batting them around. They're all fucked up, and I'm like, this fucker's killing for sport, not survival.
But you want to know something interesting? The complete antithesis to that are capybaras. And capybaras are like the complete opposite of that. They get along with like pretty much all animals, and so like the capybara or something. They're very chill stuff, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's just well, one weird thing about a cat is it's the only feline with slitted eyes, like a serpent.
Yeah.
Lions don't have slitted eyes. Cougars, panthers, tigers, leopards. Nope. Fucking common cat. They have slitted eyes like a fucking reptile.
Yeah, they are quite vicious. They can be vicious. Yeah. The domestic cats.
Well, fuck yeah, man. I mean, and not only that, but you can get histoplasmosis from a fucking cat. They have ammonia in their piss. They're just nasty fucking animals, truly. And I can't for the life of me understand these old ladies that want to collect like 8 or 10 cats, and their house smells like cat shit, and they've got cats everywhere, and they treat them as if they treat those cats better than humans. And I've met several of women like this, and I'm like, what the fuck? Really? Have you smelled your fucking house? But I guess to each their own, man.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is very bad for they are bad for the biodiversity. You know, like Australia is actually, culling the outdoor cats because they're kind of bad for the, ecological stability. Australia is doing that stuff for the feral outdoor cats, stuff like that.
Yeah, I had a big alligator snapper that I had caught in the Ohio Valley, and if there was a stray cat, it got fed to the snapper, and that snapping turtle is an alligator snapper. It lived almost the entire year off a cat.
Yeah, that's interesting. The turtle alligator snapper. Yeah.
Yeah. It was its shell was the length of it was probably about a foot, and I see it was in the road, and I stopped the truck, grabbed a stick, had it grab onto the stick, threw it in the bed of the truck, and took it home, and kept it in a dog cage. And anytime I get a hold of a fucking cat, boy, that cat went right in there, and that turtle got fed. Saved me on a lot of fish.
This is they're endangered though. That sucks though. They're threatened. I didn't know they were endangered. The alligator snapping turtle, they're endangered. That sucks.
Yep, that's why, unless you got a handler's license, you gotta let that son bitch go. I raised a timber rattler from my brother-in-law. He brought me from Tennessee. It was very young when I got it, and I kept it until it got mating season. And it was probably, I don't know if it was male or female, but it started dry biting the cage, and it would leave venom on the edge of the cage. And I was raising my 2 kids at the time, so I wound up having to. I had to hand that snake over. Didn't want my kids to accidentally come in contact with the venom. So, but that was cool. That was a very cool animal. Learned a lot from that snake.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would be afraid to handle a venomous snake. I would be afraid to do that.
Oh, I didn't. No, hell no. Hell no, I didn't. No, I wasn't going to take my chances handling it. He brought it to me in a 2-liter bottle, and it took. I had to cut the bottom of the bottle out and let it drop into the cage, and then slide the lid over it because to keep from getting bit. And then I took the cage that it was in, and I put mesh around the cage. So that way, whenever I opened the top to drop the mice in, which I fed it live mice, then I could just slide it back. And eventually, we had a system there where I could drop the mice in, and it knew what was coming, so it didn't fuck with me, but it got ready. And then it would bite the mouse, and generally the mouse would make it to the other side of the cage. The snake would follow to the other side of the cage and eat the mouse. One of the most fascinating snakes I ever had.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, snakes are pretty incredible stuff. Yeah, they're very interesting creatures. So, yeah. Komodo dragons are pretty cool too. Yeah, Komodo dragon. And
I never had. Now, I like the Komodo dragon. It's just like I had a Savannah monitor, and I had to be careful. The Savannah monitor that I had was very peaceful, but if it bit me, it would be the same bacteria, not as deadly as the Komodo, but it's still, you got to go to the hospital and get shots and all kinds of fucked up shit. But yeah, apparently the Komodo dragon, not only in strength, but just in toxicity of its bite, the infection and bacteria.
so you would say you're more of a reptile person in some sense. A reptile.
Kind of paradoxed on that. See, to me, a rat is predator and prey. Okay? A rat, it's a predator because it kills to eat, and a brood of rats against a snake, you know, the snake may kill one or two of them, but if the brood of rats wants that snake dead, they can kill it. But then I also have an affinity for the snake, which is also a predator and prey. Whether, you know, it's a constrictor or a viper, but yet, you know, you got mongoose, you got birds. I mean, unless it's a venomous snake, it's you know, it's prey, not so much predator. Whereas a viper is more predatorial, but still, you know, they get taken down too.
You know, birds descend from theropod dinosaurs, which were reptiles, and you can tell based on their skulls. And you know, you can like, it's interesting. So reptiles and birds, they share a common origin, common ancestry. You can tell from the skull still. A lot of
What I understand is they were kind of a. The humorous aspect was the one that was compared to was a chicken, you know, being kind of like an adaptation of a prehistoric dinosaur. But I could see where birds, you know, where they're coming from whenever they do the physical proportions, the bone structure, the autonomy, anatomy.
Yeah, I want to change the topic a little bit about math. You know, I change it to math a bit. You know, once I was, you know, messing around with, you know, matrices, you know, in linear algebra, and I did an inversion of the matrix, and it just felt, I don't know, I felt something then, you know, when I did the inversion, and I kind of tasted the nectar, you know, like some great scientists, like it does feel like they're, I mean, mathematicians, does feel like they're tapping into something real, and I just felt it for like a spark then, but not as deep as them, of course, because I'm not that good at math, but I am decent at it, you know. But you know, I do think there's something special about vertices and stuff, you know, like, you know, looking into linear algebra, because you know most of the AI you use, the math for it is from linear algebra and linear transformations and stuff. So you might like to look into that more. Maybe.
Well,
the math is fun.
Actually, I just started a series last night from. I'm not sure if you're you know, from Turing, developing the cipher for the Enigma, all the way up to the vacuum tubes and the oversized calculators they had, to the punch cards for programming, and it was mostly women that were actually doing the punch cards, and then to the development of IBM, all the way up to how they used applied math, and it eventually developed over to potentials that were able to be processed much faster and in a language that you didn't have to sit down and write the complete theorem out. The computer done it for you. And that's what I've been studying here lately, is the development of, you know, even how they developed, you know, kernels and how the structure of data processing, it went from binary, which was massive strings of ones and zeros, to actual symbolic or symbolism coding, and that was after the punch cards. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of research on that.
Yeah, I think ultimately the origin of that would probably be telegrams, you know, with their Morse code, you know, because they had like, you know, they had like a kind of device, I forgot what it's called. You like had a kind of needle, and it would hit down multiple times, and it would give Morse code, and they would, you know, decode that and stuff. So the telegrams, and then it evolved towards, you know, what you were talking about, Turing and the punch cards and, you know, the binary code. Yeah, you know, all of that. Yeah, the book Code goes into that. I read this book called Code. It goes into the evolution of, you know, from telegrams and Morse code to von Neumann machines.
Right.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. Now we're moving towards quantum stuff, and the qubit. The qubit is where superposition, where 1 and 0 can be simultaneously, and then it's like probabilistic, and then there's a wave function collapse, and then you can have something from that, you know, which is more powerful than, you know, binary code. We're kind of moving in that direction. Yeah.
By far. Yeah, I mean, binary, you can only be in a state of off or on, and even with Morse code, they were still using basically off and on signals, which is basic binary. They just did it through the telegraph machine. But once you start reaching like the Willow chip, or, you know, you start using qubits, error correcting technology, you start stacking qubits, you do retroactive engagement. Computing power is off the hook to me now, and it, with the superposition, you know, you have all quantum possibility at once happening simultaneously until you observe whatever factor that you pull from it. But it will give you the ultimate full spectrum of information, whereas binary is kind of straightforward and linear. This is more spheric.
Yeah, it's all fascinating stuff. Definitely, one can spend a lifetime on that stuff. You know, I actually spent more time on the audio side of things. You know, with spectrograms, and I think we talked about that a bit about that in the past. You know, the signal processing a little bit. I would convert it to the audio samples to spectrograms, and then I would train the neural network based on those spectrograms for audio classification. So it could like distinguish the sound of glass shattering or versus water running. So that was one job I did, and, you know, we used convolutional neural networks for that. So because, you know, you can represent sound as a visual representation, you know, digitally, even with binary
Yeah.
code. So
I'll take you and show you. I've been working on I've got one that I use just totally for frequency development. I do sound engineering and frequency development, and go in here and turn the light on, and then I'll show you the latest song I'm working on is full wave visual display, and I'm able to modulate the sound any way that I want to, especially with this program here. Let me see if my camera's working right. Yeah. You see?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, does
Yeah.
that Audacity?
No,
Oh, it's not.
it's acid.
Oh, I see. I see. I can see what you're. It's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been working on my latest song. I'm doing one last album before I call it quits, but and then most of these samples and sounds are generated through this the synthesizer right here. It's a mini Korg with the audio mic so that you can synthesize your voice. And this little monster here, that was $1,200, but man, there's not a sound that, I mean, it's incredible. And then this one right here is what I do my frequencies on and develop frequency sounds. And then this one is the one that I use for multimedia. And I've got my phones and other things, but I stay pretty well on top of shit, man.
Yeah, it's fascinating, definitely. Yeah, and the thing is that AI can learn like your music now and make new music from that too. Like my friend, he makes a lot of metal songs from AI, and he actually uploaded to TikTok. He has 100,000 subscribers on TikTok just making AI music. You believe that? And he actually got an offer from a company to buy his AI song because it went viral. And so he makes it like metal music and other stuff from with AI. So
I won't use AI to make my music or my videos. All my videos, if you ever look at the videos, I have, those are all songs that I've done. And everything from soft, um, acoustic type stuff, all the way to uh, new age, to metal, to industrial, to full on techno. But I do all that shit myself, man. As you see, I take samples and I use live instruments over top of my music.
yeah, it
Some of the
shows
music,
integrity. It shows integrity.
yeah, I don't use AI, and my videos are all self-edited. No AI.
Yeah, I can see that shows a lot of integrity because you like to keep the artistic expression your own. You know, I mean that's better that way. I think it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think AI art and AI music is a shortcut to talent.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, it does seem to be that way. Definitely. I still feel like there's like something special or magical or soulful to artwork that people make their own without relying on AI.
Yeah, anybody, and if you're good at prompting, I mean, the better you are at prompting, the better product you're going to get out of AI. And if you've got a certain style and you've got a certain phonetics that you use in prompting to get relatively the same style sound, and you develop a brand, I could see where if that particular brand caught the public's ear, where a company would step in and want to work with you. But there's so much garbage, people thinking that they've got talent because they can prompt a few words in and produce a song. They can do prompting for the video even. I mean, it's just like, what, I don't know. It's just a shortcut to talent.
Yeah, yeah. My friend, he basically branded that way, and yeah, he claims that a lot of people say he's taking a shortcut to talent, and I think I would be compelled to agree with you more, but I don't know. He's a big defender of what he does. So, I mean, if it works for him, I guess he can do that. I guess. But yeah, it's it's an issue. I guess because a lot of people are now like outsourcing their work to AI and stuff. So that's not the best, I guess.
And that it may just be, and I'm giving this the benefit of a doubt, just the way that in a new digital revolution, industrial revolution, that may be the new platform for even commercial radio, possibly. But for me, if I'm not collecting the samples, if I'm not making the sound myself and loading it up as a wave, or if I'm not overlaying a live track against what I've already produced, I guess I'm backdated because I can't get with the AI stuff. I have a friend, Pamela's Mystical Musings, and she's a very knowledgeable and very tech person, and she dedicated her channel now to just solely doing AI generated new age music.
That's interesting. Yeah. I feel like it's at least it's better than modern Hollywood. At least it's better than modern Hollywood.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
I think as for me, there'll never be anything besides digital enhancement on a stage performance with a live band or going to see a live band. The feel of that has something that you can feel the energy, the exchange between the band and the audience, or whether I was on stage feeling the energy of the audience. And I have a hard time visualizing that same type of interaction if I was watching some type of AI performance that was all robotic and AI generated music. I just don't think that would be a concert that I would attend but once to see what it was like to experience it. But I don't see that as being the same type of interaction with live people.
Well, I feel maybe it's the same way with plays, and each time you go to a play or you go to even a puppet show or a live performance of music, it's always novel. It's always unique. Well, if you watch it on TV or you watch it or you listen to it on a digital recording, it's always the same. But a play or a live performance has a kind of element of novelty or freshness that is just not there with recordings 100%, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a live band just go into, an improvised jam, whether it be metal or blues, and they just start just the Grateful Dead were phenomenal at just improvising, 20, 30 minutes of just pure improvised off the cuff riffing, and to me, that's whenever you and the band are really starting to bond in a way. You start to feel the energy of these people on the stage, or whether I was up there trying to project that same type of image and sound. It just builds. There's a realness to it. There's a human exchange of energy aspect, But then I also like certain live, theatrics, live plays. I do like certain live performances.
Yeah, yeah,
But
definitely agree with that. I know it's a random question, but have you ever taken shrooms?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, me too. I took 3.5 grams my first time. It was pretty intense. What happened during your shroom trip? I'm just curious.
Everything was real enhanced. I could see lots of more geometry within things. The biggest dose I've ever taken was 3 grams because of my body weight. And there was times that things were really pronounced, and I would catch myself fading into just whatever I was fixated on, observing it. The colors were more fluid, and that was probably the best trip that I had on shrooms. And then I microdosed for about 3 years. But on the microdosing, you didn't get that full effect. It just kind of stabilized my bad attitude.
I see. So, have you ever taken DMT?
No, I haven't taken DMT in a natural state. I've taken DMT substitutes, and I've taken quantities of acid. Had a couple bad trips on acid, but most of them are good. But I haven't ever had the pleasure of doing DMT straight.
I see. I took like 3.5 grams of this strand of shrooms. It's called penis envy. That's what it's called. It's a very powerful strand, and I took that 3.5 grams, and it was crazy. Like, I was experiencing different lifetimes, and it was very brutal. Like, they were all suffering and dying. I even saw stuff that looked like demons and other stuff. It was crazy. I had to like meditate to make it stop and stuff. It was a bad trip.
That
Yeah.
sounds like, yeah, I can relate to that from the acid. Now I've never had a bad on shrooms. I've never had a bad ride at all ever on shrooms. But a couple acid trips, man. If it wasn't for a little help from my friends, I was in some fucked up, weird ass states of mind and visuals. Fucking everything was just fucking distorted. It didn't feel right. I could feel myself breathing, and it was like I had to pay attention to my breathing or I would stop breathing, and then I would start to panic, and then shit would get ugly and scary, and it was fucking crazy, man. And it took me weeks to get past that. I mean, the trip lasted, it was probably about 12 hours. I was fucked up. There towards the end, it was just tracers and colors. But it took about a week for me to get that fucking trip out my head.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Yeah, that sounds crazy.
It's just, I've done a lot of drugs, man, and sometimes it's been, I mean, we're talking 90, we're going to say 98% of the time, whatever drug I take, I have a good time with it. But there have been a couple occasions where I was like, oh God, get me out of this. If I get out of this, I'll never do a drug again. I'll never drink again. I'll never take acid again. Just please. And then as soon as I get past the trip, which is time, not God, I'm right back at it. Now, one of the best hallucinations that I had was on morphine.
What happened during that?
I had gotten a hold of a 100 milligram morphine, And at the time, I wasn't shooting up, and I took the morphine and I smoked some opium, and it was almost like I was hallucinating, but I was living the dream, and I was doing things, or at least I thought I was. It felt like I was, and then I would come out of this dreamlike state and catch myself, and I'd be like, "Damn, I am fucked up." And then I would go back into that altered dreamlike hallucinatory state. You know, it wasn't like weird images, or it wasn't, you know, anything psychedelic. It was practical, but it was amazing. And my body was, I don't think my body ever felt so good as the first time that I shot up China White. The first time, well, I'd say the second time. The first time I shot up China White, I puked. I puked that whole fucking night, and I was madder than hell. And I was pissed off because I thought my dealer had fucked me. And he said, "Do it again." And the second time, oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that was a really euphoric state. I would say just about as close as to when I did the 100 milligrams of morphine.
Yes. It's interesting. It's interesting, definitely. Like it's kind of like deep meditative state, absorption in some sense.
Yeah, it's like living it's like you're living inside the dream. You know what you're doing. You know it's in and out. I mean, you know, you're there for a bit. You're in this dreamlike state. Shit's happening, and then you kind of come out of it, and you realize, damn, you know, this is. But your body feels so good, and then you go back into it. You nod, and then suddenly you're back out there again. But it doesn't last near as long. I mean, that was like 3.5, 4 hours. But I didn't know that I was taking 100 milligrams of morphine at the time. I didn't. I was used to taking 30 milligrams of morphine. And the 100 milligram was the same color as the 30 milligram. And I got hooked up with that 100 milligram morphine. I did the whole thing, not realizing that it was 100 milligrams.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. Yeah, like it's like a fugue state, I think.
Yeah, I've had some really fascinating experiences with you know, substances and pushing my body to the brink of death. Which the first several months of me doing live streams was me pushing my body. I had a nurse that lived with me 24 hours. I was under in-home health care, and I would purge my body to the point of death, and she was always there to make sure that, you know, I was taken care of. But the last time that we done it, she couldn't bring me back, and then they had to resuscitate. They called the ambulance, and they had to resuscitate me. It was a fucked up scene. But I would binge. I would binge on excessive amounts of substances and alcohol. And then I would purge it all out, which would send my body into shock, and it would immediately start deteriorating. And my health, and you know, I would ride that out to the point where, you know, I was completely incapacitated. But, you know, she was always there, and had she not been there that last time, I wouldn't have come back.
That's That's good that she helped you out.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. What do you think happens after we die, or you don't know? I just want to know what you think about it.
My honest opinion is that we die a quantum death. That whenever you die, and this is just my observation and from my experiences, you go to the next closest parallel Earth, in theory, or the many worlds theory.
Yeah, I think something like that happens. Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, because you should know that there's this guy. His name is Stuart Hammerhoff, or he claims the microtubules in your neural structures, they have quantum effects. And the tubules, the microtubules,
Yes.
they're very, they have quantum effects. Yeah, he argues that. He's like
Yeah.
he's
Well,
a
I
famous.
think that's the base of the human brain, because the human brain, once you get past that state of binary thinking, or where you search out patterns or relative patterns, and your brain starts going into states of imagination, abstract thinking, surrealistic thinking. Those are quantum states to me. Those aren't necessarily binary.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I feel like any artist who has gone deep into things, they would probably agree to. Yeah, just the real states and all of that. It has a kind of quantum indeterminacy to it.
Yes. Yeah. And, when I've had my near death, well, the last one that I had where I overdosed and they brought me back, that was a scary death. It was an NDE. They managed to resuscitate. I had to flush my body twice, and when I come back from that one, that that was a scary motherfucker, and I'd never had an experience like that. Especially, I was stabbed to death. They resuscitated me on the helipad at University Hospital in Louisville, Kentucky. That was a pleasant death. No problem there. The overdose that I come out of when I was resuscitated, that wasn't a bad one. But this last one, which happened about 2 months before July of last year, that was ugly.
Yeah, it sounds pretty intense. Definitely, yeah, sounds intense.
But it seems like every time I'm resuscitated and I come back from that state of I guess being that close to the brink of death, well, flatlining. When I come back, things are more a different perspective. Small things change, small idiosyncratic things that most people wouldn't notice. But like I said, this last one, instead of coming back attached to material existence or wanting to even, possess and own things, I could lose everything tomorrow and that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just utilize it now as a tool because I see myself as more an observer. I'm seeing things instead of like a first person perspective of, direct interaction, more so in a broad scale of a much more broad ability to observe instead of just being a direct participant. If
Would you
that makes
say
sense.
that it does make sense? Because it's called the witness awareness and Vedanta or Hinduism, where they have a kind of pure consciousness or pure awareness that's more like a impartial observer of things, and rather than a participant. You know what I mean? Would you say it's like that, like an awareness that that is not easy to grasp, but it's there, and you feel like everything is just almost like puppet-like, almost. You know what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say, or something?
Yes, I do. I absolutely. That's why. I lost an incredible amount of unnecessary worry, uh, doubt, fear, hesitation. Those things don't have near the effect on me now that they did before that experience. Now that I've had that experience, I feel like I'm living a much more zestful existence because I'm not focused directly on materialistic things. If I'm hungry, I eat. Whatever's there, I'll eat it. If I'm thirsty, I'll drink. If I have it available to me, I will utilize it. But it's not the prime source of my existence anymore.
Yes, it's kind of incredible because it's kind of like the moksha of like the Hindus or Vedanta, like what you're describing. I can see. I think that is like a higher consciousness in some sense. Yeah.
Well, like I told you, Adrian, when I had the head trauma, I was just an average person, man. To tell you the truth, and like I said, the best I had to hope for was to maybe be a roofer or a construction worker. But after the head trauma, and I learned to walk again, I learned how to use my hands, I learned how to speak again. My whole world was turned upside down because it's like everything came easy. Whereas before, I dreaded doing homework, I dreaded reading books, I dreaded doing anything that required any type of excessive thought. And then after I smashed my head on the ice, went through all the neuro damage, I had a craving and a thirst just for books and knowledge and how things worked and what made them work and why and contemplation and self-contemplation and things that weren't there prior to the head trauma.
Would you say, in a sense, the brain is like an antenna, and your antenna was changed from the head trauma, and you became more receptive to these kind of things? Would you say it like that? I think so. Like the awareness that is impartial or like a witness it's more attuned to certain things based on the head trauma, and you're more attuned to the higher things or something like that.
Well, when they did the CAT scan, and they didn't realize that I had massive concussion for a very long time. My grandmother, who was a backwoods Kentucky bitch, she had custody. She adopted me. And instead of her understanding head trauma, she had no understanding. So she tried to nurse me back to health at home, which I wound up in a mental institution, trying to relearn a personality, redevelop a sense of self, being able to work with my hands and walk again. And they did the CAT scan, and that's when they found that I had dead regions and dried, I guess it's blood on the brain, whatever it is. And there's a fracture down the right front side of my skull.
Dang, that's pretty intense. Dang. Yeah, I feel like the brain is one of the most complex organs, and we barely understand it. So there are stories of people who get head trauma and they become like human calculators, or they get synesthesia, like they see colors and shapes, or they just become more creative, or something like that. There are lots of stories like that. So yeah.
I would say more analytic, and more creative. Those were the two benefits that come from that I can definitely say I can identify with that head trauma. You know, and I don't know if that was other regions of the brain compensating for the where the brain damage, the actual damage was done. But then there are times that I'll go into just a paranoid, manic state of urgency to get away from reality that happens to me. And I've been taking neuromedicine for that for 35 years. If I don't take that medicine, then my brain will, it's like hyper reality. Everything becomes too real and it's overwhelming. I go into a panic attack, shortness of breath, confusion, completely disoriented, manic, and sometimes it takes, you know, hours, or I have to be sedated till I get past it. And then once I'm past it, I'm fine. And then they put me on a psychotropic and a neuromedicine, and so far it's controlled it for 30 plus years.
Yeah, one thing that's very fascinating about the brain is it doesn't just passively receive reality, it actively constructs it. So, like phantom limb. Have you heard of the phantom limb? Even
Yes.
after an arm is amputated, yeah. And then the rubber hand illusion. Have you heard of the rubber hand illusion? And stuff.
No, but I've seen and read a bit on the where your the hand almost attacks or starts doing its own random
Yeah.
thing off
Okay,
to
that's
the
called alien
side.
hand syndrome, yeah.
Yeah, there it is, alien hand. Yes, yeah. Now that I have looked into, but I'm not familiar with what you're talking about there.
If you take a rubber hand and then you put your hand beside the rubber hand and you cover your regular hand, you cover your real hand with like a cloth, and then you synchronously rub both the rubber hand and your hand underneath the cloth, eventually you'll start feeling the rubber hand as your own. Like you'll actually start feeling like the rubber hand that's being rubbed is actually your own hand. And they have done a full body analog of this, where they rub the whole body and then they project a virtual avatar that's also being rubbed. And people feel like their sense of self is transposed to that virtual avatar that's being rubbed and stuff. And so that's like the brain actively constructing its own reality in some sense.
You think it might be some kind of entanglement?
Yeah, it could be. Now that you mention it, it could be some kind of entanglement. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know what distance or whether they did that side by side or whether they had the
Yeah, you
other
look it up on
in
YouTube.
another room. Yeah, I'm going to now. I'm going to check that out because to me that sounds like a type of a quantum entanglement or maybe projected energy in a sense. But yeah, I will. I'll check that out, man, because I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
Rubber hand.
there's so many weird brain disorders. One of them is called Capgras syndrome, where someone believes a loved one has been replaced by an imposter. That's called Capgras syndrome. Another weird syndrome is called Cotard's syndrome, where a person insists they are dead or don't exist. And alien hand syndrome we talked about. And then there's other stuff like prosopagnosia, that's face blindness, where familiar faces can't be recognized. And, there's a lot of weird brain disorders out there. Some of them are very rare, but yeah, I think there's a lot of crazy stuff with the brain.
Well, that's why I think that the brain is much more quantum than people actually understand. And whenever certain regions of the brain aren't firing to stabilize that quantum state that we call reality or relative reality, even abstractly, I think that it definitely has something to do with a quantum state of the brain and the way that we're able to imagine things. Because a lie to me is when someone tells a lie, even though it may have some type of factual truth behind it, it's still a state of abstract thinking. And if you just had logic or binary thinking, then a lie would not be, as quantized as it is, such as writing fantasy or engaging in surrealism.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the real and the unreal have a blurry boundary. They have an indeterminate boundary. We can't really separate the real from the unreal. And so they kind of are bleed into each other, or they have a kind of indeterminate border, and that's porous in some sense. So the real and unreal are not as far apart as we think.
I don't think they're near as far apart as, because I think most everything, especially with like the wave function, is it there when we're not observing it, or is it just a array of potential until we observe it? And that kind of gives you the what I call limited free will. It's either you do or you don't. There's no in between. Either you do something and all the other possibilities fade into other potentials, whether they're coherent or not to this reality, but the choice you make collapses everything into one determinative state. And that's why I think the mind is very quantum.
I actually agree with that 100%. There are two scientists, or probably way more. I think one of them is Stuart Hameroff. I think he worked with Roger Penrose. Actually, Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff worked together. They claim consciousness is quantum. And I think there's this new guy, Federico Fagin. He was a very important scientist and engineer in developing semiconductors, but he actually argued that no, human consciousness is different. It's more quantum. He wrote a book called Irreducible, where he talks about the quantum dimension of consciousness. I have that book. I read only a third of it. Irreducible by Federico Fagin. He also argues that consciousness is quantum. So I agree with you ultimately that that is more of a kind of superposition of possibilities, and only once you act do those possibilities collapse, and it kind of ties into wave function collapse. But yeah, I don't think consciousness is purely binary. It has to be quantum, and it has a kind of mysteriousness to it. Definitely.
Oh yeah, I agree totally with that. Yes. And not to be intrusive with the conversation, but a person is under an illusion of free will. Now, they may think of a billion different possible things that they could do, but those are just potentials. But free will is when you choose one of those potentials. So you're either got one or two choices: to act on it and bring it into atomic state or collapse the wave, or all that other potential that didn't happen that they're thinking of, that's not free will because you didn't make a choice.
Yeah, I can agree with that, definitely. I feel like there are constraints based on our environments, but the potentials ultimately are based on our own choice to enact it, and it has some certain constraints. But I feel like when you create art, those constraints fall away in some sense when you create art.
The only problem I've ever had with creating art is I never feel that the piece is done. I feel that it's in a state of from creation to where I stop and declare it that I'm done and this is a finished product. But my mind always thinks there could be more added to it, something changed, maybe a different, type of sound used in one place or another, or maybe a different scale structure, or maybe different hues of paint, or maybe I've done a painting and, I think when I look at the painting, maybe I should have put a tree there. Maybe this is not a finished piece of artwork. But to everybody else, it's finished because it's coherent. It is aesthetic.
See what you mean, though. That's actually a very profound statement, very profound. It makes one think. No art piece is ever truly finished because, no art piece is, in the sense, perfect. It's imperfect when you bring it forth. So, but it's like the imperfections that make the art piece. But there's always something that can be added more or refined further. So it does make one think. What does it mean to complete an art piece? Because in a sense, one can imagine going into different worlds. There was this one woman. She actually made children's books. But I do like it. Have you ever heard of Moomins? Tove Jansson. Tove Jansson created this alternate reality where she went into Moomin Valley, and she would create all these creatures like Moomin Troll and Snufkin and other people. And she claimed whenever she wrote her stories, she would go to Moomin Valley and get inspiration there and play and stuff. But when her mother died in real life, Moomin Valley wilted. And the later books, like the last two books or the last one in the series, it became more pessimistic and cynical. It became kind of depressing. Like it was becoming more like a dark Alice in Wonderland. The last book, it was called Moomin Valley in November. But it's like she had a psychic link with her mother and the world she created in like a different, alternate reality or like a quantum state or something. But it's interesting to think about like how how our inspiration relates to the real world, how it relates to another world. Are they connected? Is there psychic links? Stuff like that. It's a very fascinating thing to think about.
I think, yeah, probably the closest I come to anything like that was trying to pull energy and potentials from other, other worlds models or M theory. And I've tried to tap into the other alternate me, if I exist in any of these, and pull that personification or that energy and try and find a connection that I can feel that brings it into a type of relevancy, something I can comprehend, kind of like another world, and maybe be able to perceive in some quantized, entangled way a different version of a life that I'm living in an alternate parallel.
Yeah, now that you mention it, this has made me think about, one of my, Lovecraft had a friend. His name was Clark Ashton Smith. I actually think his fiction is better than Lovecraft. He created a fictional world called Averine, which is like a fictional counterpart of a historical province in France. And in Averine there are like, dark beings, there are lots of creepy stuff that happens, sorcery and magic, and it's like he created an alternate reality that's more fantastical than the one we're embedded in. But it makes you think, because sometimes I play a piece of artwork like a video game, or I read a book like Clark Ashton Smith's fiction, and I'm like, man, I wish I could go into that world. You know what I mean? And I've had dreams where I forget who I am here, and it's like I'm in another world. You know what I mean? And when I wake up, it takes like 3, 4, 5 seconds to reintegrate into myself. It's like I came from another world or something like that when I have some dreams. Some dreams I've
That's
had are
cool.
crazy. Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah,
like a fucking awesome experience.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, like I do like dark fantasy like Bloodborne, and Bloodborne is a very good video game. You should. I do recommend looking up some gameplay videos of the video game Bloodborne. I think you would like that a lot. You know what I mean, Bloodborne. Yeah,
I haven't played video games since the first release of Resident Evil.
yeah. Bloodborne is better. Yeah, it's way better. It's way cooler. So,
yeah, I never got into Warcraft. Never got into any of the RPG type stuff, or this one military game that my adopted brother, he's into. My son was into it. Call of Duty. I just never got into those. After fucking around with the original Resident Evil, I was kind of like, this isn't like my old Atari 2600, and I prefer, if I'm going to play something, 8-bit, or maybe even 16-bit, like Centipede or something like that.
Can I just show a short clip from Bloodborne? And
yeah,
I just I just want to share that. See what
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and then yeah.
Just put it in the back and I'll pop it. There we go. Okay.
Please help us. Alongside this, the great terror looms.
Now, what is the object of this game?
No, it's just see, in this game, the way it starts is there was this guy. His name was, I think it wasn't Ludwig, but it was Lawrence. Yeah. See, there are these old ones. Their blood is being shared by Lawrence to this village because this old blood gives you immortality, but it can transform you either to a god or a beast. And most people transform into beasts, but there is this guy named William who's researching the old blood, and he says not to do that. Yeah.
Okay. See, I haven't, and I guess just never really got into video games like that. I mean, when I was younger, like I said, the Atari. I never even got into Nintendo. I went straight from Atari to home computer.
Yeah. I play a lot of video games. Yeah, I play too much video games, actually. Yeah, video games. Yeah, I play a lot of video games.
Yeah, because the last, even whenever, I was dealing with the, the 5.5 floppies, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons. And that was on a 28.8 modem with monochrome screen. And I had a Super VGA. I had real nice, top of the line, old piece of shit, would be now be considered a doorstop on old 8088 IBM. And we would play Dungeons and Dragons. And, the modem was actually the phone. You had to set the phone. And that's what I started out. And as the color spectrum, and we actually started getting beyond monochrome, video games were still kind of an 8 to 16-bit type interaction, and I was like, no, not interested in that. But I did get to hook my MIDI up, and I was using the computer as a sequencer for my keyboards, my drum machine, was able to interact MIDI. And then I did a few MIDI composers that I did myself with Cakewalk. I don't know if you remember that program or not, but that was one of the very first MIDI programs.
Yeah, yeah. So I had this weird philosophy. It's kind of aesthetic stuff based on Zoroastrianism, where Ahura Mazda's House of Song would be associated more with a bright artwork, cheery artwork like Wind in the Willows, or like some wholesome artwork, stuff like that. And the Ahriman's House of Lies would be associated with dark artwork, like all the ones we were talking about previously, and also the game I showed. And so based on my past aesthetic experiment, I went and I tried to find the most disturbing artwork, I would say, and then the most peaceful and wholesome artwork. And I would immerse my mind in both of them and see if there is a line that separates the light from the darkness, or is that line rigid? Is it determinate? Is it indeterminate? You see what I'm trying to say? And so that's
I'm sorry I'm cutting you off, but I think I mentioned it on TMLs. Is I think you have one part of an oscillating vibration that vibrates in a certain frequency, and whether it's visually or audibly, that gives the body that sense of suspense. And then as that frequency modulates and the distance is either shortened or lengthened, you go to more aesthetic, which is why I think people like, well, you need to vibe higher, man, or good vibes, Well, there's low vibes, and then there's every spectrum in between until you reach that state of, this is very aesthetically comforting. Whereas the other end of that vibrational scheme or that frequency wave, this is aesthetically disturbing.
Yes, it's fascinating stuff. I can agree with that. Yes, definitely. Yes. Yeah.
For there to be a hard, rigid line, that would be speculative for many people. What a lot of people, especially where I'm concerned, consider me, kind of dark. Well, not kind of, fucking dark, macabre, out of left field, offensive, over the top, and that's my resonance. That's the axis image coming through. And then you have, others that would, view me and what I do as being, that guy is fucking rock and roll from hell, man. He's dark. He's not afraid to tread where others have safety protocols that say, don't go there with your mind. So, it's a matter of perception at that point.
Yeah, if most people read my horror story, they would hate me. I think I went too far with that. But I was trying to balance it out because I was writing a picture book too to balance out, the light, balance the light out with the darkness. The picture book I was not able to publish, though I think I was, I was illustrated, but I think I was plagiarized with my picture book. But my horror story, I did publish it though, but I had some other stories with that too. But the one I published was the best one out of those. Yeah, I think maybe I went too far though. I don't know, but yeah, I don't want to share it though because I used my
No,
real.
you don't have to, but I'm curious, what is it in your
Oh yeah.
mind?
Well, basically, the three magi. I had them. One of them. I had them cannibalize Christ. Yeah, I had them. And then they transformed into Mithra, and they dismembered Mary and put her head and her limbs, and they drew pentagram and blood and stuff. But anyway, the whole story was about
I
how.
like it.
Yeah, the whole story was about how the light and darkness, when they blur, that's the true horror, I think. The light and darkness blurring. And that becomes Zervan, so, which is infinite time. So time itself is pain. Time itself is misery. And so wherever there's time, there's a mingling of opposites. And the mingling of opposites is what leads to pain and torment.
That's a nice aspect, man, to put down in that type of literature, especially when you're using deified or glorified characters and aspects. I can see where, the average or, people would kind of get a little leery of that. That to me would be fascinating reading. That to me would be something that I'd go, okay, I can read this and fucking get inspired. There's going to be inspiration there because it's pushing the limits of the human's safety protocol. And I feel that each human has a different range of safety protocol. Whereas a Christian will define their safety protocol as anything evil to them, their mind will not, their mind expects to go there because of their belief. Whereas with me, I don't see any safety protocol. I don't see the atrocious and most heinous thing as being something to fear or to negate with safety protocol. It's something to be observed, and it's something to pull maybe inspiration or even a feeling you never felt before, which is with the opposite end. There are things that are so profoundly visually stimulating and pleasurable that I find the same joy in.
Yeah, here's something, I know you don't like Lovecraft, but I do like this quote from him a lot. I just want to read this quote. The reason why time plays a great part in so many of my tales is that this element looms up in my mind as the most profoundly dramatic and grimly terrible thing in the universe. Conflict with time seems to me the most potent and fruitful theme in all human expression. So time itself is pain, so I'm saying.
Velocity. See, here's one I'll run past you, Avian. Maybe you can give me an aspect of your opinion on this. I don't see time and space in the same way that people probably perceive time and space. I see it as velocity. We are confined within our limited space by the speed of light. Now, once you surpass the speed of light, then the velocity changes. And I think that,
My
go ahead.
background in theoretical physics is not that good. I know some people believe in block universe where time doesn't exist at all. You know what I mean? And maybe that's one way. Maybe there are states where time doesn't exist at all, and it's like a block universe.
Well, I use this aspect for the fact that, you know, you get near, and whether there's black holes or not, okay? I've never seen one. But the way that they're described, you know, especially by Einstein and Rosen, you know, time fluctuates and it speeds up or it slows down. And then once it becomes a certain velocity, it's consumed. But when you're on the vertice of that black hole, time is differentiated. So I see time as being more of a velocity and confined within the speed of light. And that's how we determine the distance that we think we're traveling linear, but we're not. We're circular.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, I need to look more into the physics stuff. You know, I know about this speed of light. And if you can surpass it, that would be able to, you know, upturn a lot of things we believe. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. I have a lot more to read, lots to do. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, they have determined that from a ground-based nuclear clock and from an orbiting, what they say is an orbiting space station, there's a fluctuation in nuclear time. Not a big one, but there is a fluctuation. And that's you know, that's documented fact. That's not hypothetical or, you know, theoretical.
Can you repeat that again? There's a fluctuation of nuclear time. Sorry about that. I got kind of.
Yeah, here on Earth, they before the launch, right? Before they launched the whatever, whether it had been the Apollo, would have suffered the same thing, or the Apollo missions, or the space station, you know, International Space Station. The nuclear clock they have on the ground and the nuclear clock that they have on like the space station, there's a slight variable, not a full second, but almost a full second.
Isn't that special relativity? Special relativity. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The movie Interstellar went into that. Yeah, too. Have you seen that movie Interstellar?
No.
That's a good one. It goes into special relativity. Like if you go on different planets, you know, the time would pass differently versus the time on Earth. So that means that there's a relativity of time. Yeah, you know, special relativity. Yeah, I think that is true. Yeah, the special relativity is true, and I think there's like curvature in space-time, and that's what yields gravity, the curvature in space, and stuff like that. You know, I think Einstein was the one who. That's general relativity.
Yeah, general relativity. Yeah, Einstein.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then there's, you know, the special relativity, which is about the passage of time you were talking about, the nuclear time and the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, they get caught up in the concept the same way what they think they have free will outside of a single choice. It's the same with people and time. They don't realize that there are different variables in time. Whether it's that fabric or that speed, that velocity changes in different variables of space? Because
Yeah.
to me, if we live in a connected time space, it would seem that time would not have a variable that could change. It would be a constant.
Yeah. I think I have to research this more, but the special relativity is like the same for all observers in uniform motion if they're in uniform motion, and that the speed of light is constant, leading to time dilation and length contraction for moving objects. So it has to do with distance and the way they're moving in relation to each other and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like when a car, I don't know if you've ever heard a car pass, and as it turns, you can hear the radio, and it sounds like the radio almost fluctuates in its speed.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, so the kind of feels.
It fluctuates a bit, and then once the car, makes its position, the music comes back into a coherent state.
Yeah, so special relativity has to do with motion, general relativity with gravity. So before launch, both clocks on Earth tick essentially the same. That's before launch. But once in orbit, like in the International Space Station, the space clock runs slower due to its high speed, which is special relativity, but runs faster because it is farther from Earth's gravity, which is general relativity. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. AI helps understand this stuff better. Yeah, it's good. This stuff I never really learned in depth. So I know there's a lot of math behind it. There's a lot of math behind this stuff. The math is very out there. I remember learning some of the math for electromagnetic stuff because I took a class on LiDAR. And the math for
Nice.
electromagnetic stuff was very convoluted and cluttered. It was very cluttered. So it's very interesting though.
Well, like I said, man, I got the 6th grade diploma, and only completing the 6th grade, everything I did was, soul studying, even quantum physics. Luckily, I had a Bank One programmer that was my neighbor who originally helped me understand MIDI and how to work with Cakewalk. And he started out with paper punches working as the IT for Bank One. And he was the one that introduced and helped me with computers. But that was after the head trauma. Prior to the head trauma, I probably never even would have figured out how MIDI interface and how interactive programming and synchronization and quantizing. You have something in Cakewalk called quantizing, which if you have any variable out of place of the song that you're writing, you quantize it and it pulls it all back into position.
Yeah,
Saves a lot of time editing.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, let me see. That's interesting. Yeah. So let me tell you this though. I love TML's channel, but there are some people on there who are like flat earthers and they're like evolution denialists. I am not that. What I mean, I don't support any of that. It's kind of ridiculous though. But yeah, I don't think there is any grand conspiracy in science, I mean, in the research, academia and stuff. Like there's no grand conspiracy, it's impossible, like they claim the fossils are fake. How can that be possible? Like, And they also claim that some of them, like, like Rocky, he thinks Earth is flat. He thinks nuclear radiation doesn't exist. He thinks nukes.
Okay. There
Yeah.
goes, yeah, there goes thermodynamics out the window. I mean, it's just, okay. Yeah. Everything goes
Uh,
out the window at that point.
At the end of the day, one of the most important things is you cannot violate the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, you cannot violate it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of the characters that come up on TML, but I don't engage, you know. The one woman I do because I really, she came to my channel for several months, repeating the same things that she's repeating on TML. And she's a refugee from deep indoctrination from Scientology. So I humor her. And I'm not making fun of her. I just humor her because she truly is, she truly believes this whole concept that she has, as loose ended as it is at times. And I feel like challenging her would be insultive to her. So I just humor her, but others I'll play with a little bit, poke around, see what's in their head, what they're thinking. But he gets some characters, that's for damn sure.
Will I be correct in saying that overall you stick closer to the science, but overall you see consciousness as being more uniquely quantum and more mysterious than we think? I mean, that's how
Oh
I
yeah, yeah, absolutely, I do. Yeah, that's why I'm more apt to believe in a quantum death than some type of passing on to maybe entropy. Once the energy leaves the body or the spirit or the soul, it may become entropy, or it may go through a state of quantum death, which is what I feel I experienced. But this whole concept of taking the spirit and humanizing it into a physical form, into a heaven or a hell, or whatever, your nirvana or Shangri-La or your Hades or whatever, I don't buy into that at all. I don't want to say too educated, but I'm too logical to accept that.
Yeah, I think one book I need to finish, and I recommend you to read also, is Federico Fagin's Irreducible. Yeah, that's a good book to read because he talks about all of this, and he also go into the summary of quantum physics and general relativity and all of that. But he also says that consciousness is more unique, and so Federico Fagin, I need to finish reading that. I need to get back to it. I'm gonna write a review for that too. But yeah, I think you will love that book, to be honest. Federico Fagin's Irreducible. And you can listen to him talk on YouTube also. But yeah, he's an actual estimable scientist. He's one of the big dogs in physics, and also he helped create semiconductors, stuff like that. I mean, I think so. He helped create semiconductors for like phones and stuff. But yeah, he's a reputable scientist who actually believes that consciousness is quantum stuff.
I have a theory I've been playing around with is, the human body is basically a conduit, and we receive, we alchemize or transmute, and then we transmit. So wherever it's coming from, it's brought in, received, transmuted, then transmitted. And it's transmuted from the observer and what goes on in their mind individually. But where this feed comes from, all I have is speculation.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. And so I feel like another researcher who gets into that stuff is Michael Levin. Michael Levin, he's been getting popular too. You can YouTube him. Also, Michael Levin, he talked about how there's a bioelectrical field surrounding the whole body, and that individual cells in your body are also intelligent, and they're anticipatory. Like they can anticipate changes. They are inferential. They engage in inference. Like machine learning models are inferential also, like neural networks. And he talked about how the body and all of that, the bioelectrical field is more intelligent than we think or something. And it has some Platonic beliefs, like a morphos. He calls it morphospace. In general, there are some researchers like Frederico Fagin and Michael Levin and Stuart Hameroff and even Christoph Koch. Yeah, I think several more. They think consciousness is more unique. Like they're panpsychists or they're idealists. Bernardo Kastrup is another one. He's an idealist too. Yeah, like they think mind is the true basis of reality or foundation, but it's more quantum. You know what I mean? Or it pervades everything. It has certain creative aspects. So mind isn't just a product of the brain, but it's like the basis or foundation of reality, the mind and stuff. So that's like what you were saying about the witness and the awareness and stuff, the pure awareness, the witness.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And that's that's a new state to me. It's only been about a year that I've been living in this state, and even with all adversity that I've faced, I have not felt displaced. I have not felt attached. I feel like the potential for change is so imminent, and the possibility for it, that I don't limit it anymore. So therefore, attachment to me would be dead weight. I would be carrying around, regressive states of comfort that I would wish to get back to, instead of progressing forward in the potentials that are available, even under detrimental situations. And I'm comfortable with that now.
Yeah, definitely. So let me tell you this about Fagin, and maybe after that I'll just say Frederico Fagin's quantum consciousness claim, developed with quantum information theorist Giacomo Mauro di Ariono, is that a conscious experience is best modeled as an internally lived quantum state, specifically a pure state, because it has the same key features we observe phenomenologically. It's definite for the subject, intrinsically private, and not copyable, marrying no cloning property of unknown pure states. On their view, if they assign to you is typically mixed epistemic, so while the ontic pure state is that what it feels like from within, and that inner purity plus quantum entanglement is what lets qualia, which is like your raw experience, bind into unified thoughts. So a quantum analog to the binding combination problem panpsychists face. So they then connect free will to quantum theory by arguing that if the experienced state is pure and evolves via atomic purity preserving quantum operations, the particular outcome realized is not predictable, even in principle, by an external observer. So agency corresponds to selecting among genuinely probabilistic quantum outcomes rather than being computable from prior classical information. So So he's saying the brain is not like a classical computer, and he divides reality into consciousness, information, and physical. He proposes that reality has two complementary domains: a semantic realm of conscious experience, C space, and an informational symbolic realm, I space, with physical space, P space, emerging as a kind of virtual representation. Collaborating with quantum information theorists, he suggests that a pure quantum state, private, definite, non-clonable, and intrinsically first-person, mirrors the structure of conscious experience. So that goes in. But his book goes into all of that. Irreducible. He has some good videos on YouTube too. Fragico Fagin. He talks about
Fragico Fagin. See, because I'll go back over the stream and all these names that you're mentioning, I'll research them. And that way I'm better educated in your realm of study and what you've endeavored in.
Yeah, it's a, the thing is though, it's just astounding to me the kind of stuff you're saying. A lot of scientists are now starting to discover it. They're starting to finally argue in the direction you're arguing. Like Fragico Fagin. He's probably the closest one to you from what I've seen. And yeah, that definitely he's the number one recommendation I have. Fragico Fagin.
Cool. I'll have to definitely check that out. And like I said, Avian, I didn't come by, what knowledge I have and information through schooling. It was, autodidactic teaching, self-endeavored, self-learning. And, the relativity that it has in reality and how I know this information sometimes even fucks me up, because I'm like, how the hell did I know that? Where'd that come from? Because I don't remember studying that, but it makes perfect fucking sense. So, I don't know,
Do you think it's possible we are moving towards a singularity, like the technological singularity? Because it kind of feels that way to me.
Yeah, I do. Well, that's what, I've been studying the executive order on AI governance in the United States and how that can't be contested for 10 years under executive order, and how they want to put up all the data centers, link them together under one unified AI. Yeah, we're heading that direction, definitely.
Yeah. It was nice talking to you, but I think I should go to bed now. I got kind of tired near the end. Sorry if I annoyed you near the end. Sorry.
No, Avian. This is I appreciate having you, and I have a great conversation with you, man. I appreciate you very much.
I appreciate you too. I appreciate talking with you too, Axis. You have a lot of integrity. I really appreciate that.
Oh,
Have a good night. Have a good
bless
night.
you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, bless you too. Good night.
All right. Couldn't beat that with a stick. Well, after a conversation like that, I think the only thing left to do, or to even end this show with, is a song and my general ending. And to all you pissweeds in YouTube land, kiss my ass.
And you might think, well, maybe people who have deprived and traumatic upbringings use that experience in their creative work. The passions that they feel and the horrors that they have experienced emerge in the music. Between genius and madness. Between genius and madness. Now, if we look at some of the great geniuses in the past, a number of them seem to have gone mad in their mature years. The bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. The bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. A bit like somebody on an acid trip. 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 What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music. What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music.
Trembling with horror and throbbing with emotion. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Welcome to hell.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed. My extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
Welcome to hell.
We've seen the actual reality of a monstrous crime, or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain.
Obsessed with the taste of flesh.
He was cruel and a sadist.
swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
No one had a bad trip.
The mind of man rests on a delicate balance between reality, the world of light, and the other, darker world below the threshold of consciousness. Welcome to hell.
You. Do you know that?
We're happy to have you with us tonight and hope you'll come back often.